Welcome to Proving Grounds number 8. I am not quite joined by Austie just yet. Austie has not made it into the building. I am here with Mr. Popgun at the moment. We are going to be getting into it very quick. How are you doing tonight, Popgun?
Y'all are stuck with your old Uncle Popgun yet again. I keep doing this to you guys. I keep telling you I'm going to get you the best commentators possible, and then you come in and join the stream just for me to pull the wool out from underneath your eyes and show you that I'm actually the one commentating yet again. It's your guys' fault for trusting me, not me. At some point, you got to start blaming yourself. So that's all I got to say.
You know, you really got to give yourself some more credit, Popgun. There is some articles out there that would suggest that you are much more deserving of this than I am. If you know, you know. So, it is going to be Xpresso versus cornsicles, as I mentioned earlier. That's going to be Splat Zones on Macomar. As I've said before, I think many a times, this is the great equalizer first map. So, obviously, whatever team is going to be winning this will feel very deserving of this, and it is going to be a good way for them to start out that set and get that early advantage. So, we are looking at a pickup here. He's still laughing about that.
We are not explaining the context of that. We are
If you know,
moving
you
on.
know.
I know. I absolutely know. Oh, goodness. Okay, so cornsicles. This is essentially the pickup group, the Wiggles, which I'm actually in the server for that. Surskit, Avril, Echo Cloud, Luples of Sia making their appearance this time around. I guess you kind of mentioned Xpresso as well. They're an actual team. And this is single elimination, by the way. Best of 5. You lose this, you're done. Go find a scrim afterwards.
I kind of love that. I love that fast format. It's for the kids out there who have school. Wait, today's Friday. Never mind. Never mind. If you have a 6-day work week, great. Awesome. So getting into this really early on, we're seeing some kind of interesting comps. I'm looking at cornsicles right now, and I'm just absolutely fascinated by this. It's like every time I see an ink brush, I'm inclined to call it an assault and pepper comp, but this is just something of its own. It's its own monster here. Lupo's, of course, taking up this left side here, just sort of running around in circles, doing the ink brush thing, causing a little bit of chaos. The zone has yet to be capped with half a minute of the game going in so far. Cornsicle's going to be the first team to cap that and are going to be capitalizing up on this and moving up. Eritio, of course, trying to get into a good position here to start dealing with these members of Cornsicles who have been playing this very aggressively so far.
So the game has been out for what, 6-7ish months at this point. It's about time somebody started using the stringer somewhat consistently. I understand people avoiding it initially just because it's a new complete weapon class and you don't want to go into a tournament before you get something figured out. But it looks like we are at least seeing it here. I'm not familiar enough with it just because I haven't seen it enough to figure out, well, is useful in the competitive setting. But right now it's got Xpresso in the lead.
Yeah, Xpresso taking that lead just narrowly at the moment. Of course, two members going down at this point in time, so that's going to allow Surskit here to pop this bubble on the front side of the zone and start contesting a little bit more. Unfortunately, we are going to be seeing that DC very early on. I do believe we're just short of that going into replay rules. I can't remember exactly what they are for IPL. You're going to have to tell me.
Well, it is, it happens right before the 50-second mark, or before Xpresso got below 50, so there is a replay. Cornsicles has to stop. They need to just close the lobby at this point, but Avril's waving the white flag. Who is that DC'd? Was that I don't know who that was. L Streamer? Is that Elemental?
Yes.
There you go, Elemental. I see you. Shoutouts, by the way, behind the scene to our lovely and talented streamer Elemental, who's been streaming pretty much every single Proving Grounds that we've had so far. Coming in clutch right there, closing that in that lobby before we have to all watch an awkward little staring contest between those two teams. So yes, you get one replay, less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds, or underneath 50, you do not get a replay. Both of those conditions were met for a replay, so we are going to get that back. However, if that player were to DC again for the Cornsicles, they're just going to have to fight it out 3v4 style. Because one of the reasons why this is single elim, other than just to prove the fact that it is the Proving Grounds, it's for the rough and tough players in the community only, is that at some point we want to go to bed. So we're not going to sit around and just watch these players DC all night long. So hopefully they can get this figured out when we get this set in.
Yeah, and then, I guess things can never go on time. I think that's the general rule of thumb with anything in Splatoon is just nothing can happen on time. So, who knows? Maybe Xpresso will DC next time and then we'll have another replay.
They can and
then go to game 5.
Yes, and then drag it all the way out to a game 5.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if we were doing that. I'm also, full disclosure, I am also like keeping an eye on other things in the tournament as this is going on. So I might see a little wonked out a few times. I will say this though, I am happy to see that Charger players have a weapon they can feel proud of in the not fire fin that Avril is using right here with the splash wall and the ink strike.
Yeah, I think it was about time that we did start seeing a Charger with a splash wall in this game. I think that was going to be an inevitable thing to come out of it. So I'm sure a lot of Charger players who were used to those fire fin style kits before are very excited about having this. And I think it is going to play very similar to it, maybe just a little bit more explosive due to the nature of Splatoon 3. But that is definitely something to be looking out for so far as we move farther into the set. Of course, Avril, going to be probably sticking to her main gun there. Hermit, of course, getting picked off, and I'm only just now realizing we are looking at an ink brush on both sides, which is, it's abnormal to see one, I think. It's just not a common choice for a lot of players, but, it's a whole different monster when you're seeing one on each side, because you kind of understand when you have one the nature of the weapon and what kind of moves they're going to be making, and you're almost going to be seeing a mirror of actions on either side just coming out of loopholes, and I believe Hermit on the other side here. So whether the teams are able to predict that is another question on its own, but looking like the cornsicles getting a very good head start in this game, pushing it all the way down to 27. We are out of replay territory at this point. So Hermit is just going to be pushing up on the right side here. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out from Chester, just trying to hold on to zone as long as possible and just, letting these specials come out one at a time to just maybe delay things and hold up pressure at a consistent pace here.
The tactical DC so that the cornsicles can get a good read on the opening so that they come out strong at the beginning of the replay. But right now, Xpresso able to hold on to their zone a little bit longer here. You see Lupples coming around this backside trying to cancel this crab, gets denied themselves. And it looks like it's not going to be enough to save the control of the lead. It's going to flip over into the side of Xpresso. So now the cornsicles got to figure out how do they get back into this one. They're not really going to have any specials online other than that ink strike, but they're not going to have time to get anything else up and running. So they just got to find ways to get the ink strike landing on something. It looks like it did get enough of the zone painted to at least stall it down for the rest of the cornsicles to come back in and cap the zone. So nice use of the only special that they had to work with right there to keep the game going.
Yeah, I really like that Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Xpresso. They're using that to get rid of the wave breaker on zone and sort of make a leeway for the rest of Xpresso to come back in here as we see a very, oh my gosh, that is, what, 2 killer whales we just saw there? That looked like a laser light show. I'm very impressed with that. But they have used their specials very effectively to get back in here. It's just going to be a matter of them trying to sort of burn through that penalty they have remaining here to try and get that knockout, because I think that's going to be the most certain way for them to win this game with how back and forth it's been so far.
Yeah, and they're just going to have to find ways to get some more splat. Sir Skit is just an absolute menace with this blaster. I remember seeing Sir Skit in solo queue like 3 years ago with that blaster, and I was like, I need to get that player on my team no matter what. Now, it was hard to use blaster in Splatoon 2 because ink armor was a thing, but now that that's gone away, as much as people hate crab and all the other nonsense with this game, at least it can bring back a little bit of those other niche weapons that players have been grinding out before. And Sir Skit able to use that blaster very effectively so far in the minute 30 seconds. But again, it just comes down to who can get their anchor player established. We've seen Avril really struggle to get control of their own right stack, and right now we see the stringer player able to lock down that stack that they want to be on the top as well. So it's just difficult to get your players set up so that everybody else can work around it. But at least Avril on the offensive end right here doing a good job of staying alive, but not really able to do much with those ink strikes coming out just a little bit late in conjunction with everybody else going into the zone. Xpresso finally takes game 1.
Yeah, Xpresso finally getting that knockout in order to seal the deal for game 1 there. It was very back and forth for the most part of that, but just at those very last seconds, I think Cornsicles not really having a response to what they were seeing there, and just the paint output coming out from Xpresso there was, I think, just a little overwhelming for them there. So tower control on Hagglefish Market, I think, is going to be a totally different question just based on these comps alone, but I kind of do expect to be seeing some adjustments from either side as far as approaching this mode.
You know, we saw a double killer whale come out from Xpresso with the stringer and the ink brush. I wonder if we're gonna see that come back out again. I would assume they just use that not because they really like double killer whale, but just because they like those two weapons, and stringer doesn't have another kit at this point, so you're just kind of forced to use it no matter what. But I'm curious if they're going to double down and use the stringer yet again. As far as the cornsicles are concerned, they can change things up. But just with the roster that they have there, Skit can't really go to Junior, which I know he likes to do a lot. So he's probably just going to have to stay on that aggro Slayer thing. Avril's going to stay on the anchor role. So they're probably slightly locked in to at least what their roles are going to be going forward. Xpresso probably recognizes that. So I don't know. I'm assuming if they felt comfortable with the comp they used the last time, they might just stick with it. But what do I know?
I mean, I like that you did mention Skit's weapon of choice there being that blaster, just because of the utility it does have on tower control. That added one over, splat zones. With that bubble, you do have that extra protection. You can just easily pop that on tower and kind of walk away and continue to aggro and just allow your tower rider to get a lot more progress with the assistance of that special, and I think it shines there a little bit more than it would on zones just due to that one purpose. So I will be looking to see if Surskit will be pushing towards playing that blaster once again. Yeah, and we are going to be seeing that. A very similar comp. Avril, of course, sticking on that new charger once again. I've already forgotten the name of it. I keep wanting to call it Firefin. Oh, it is Firefin, isn't it?
No, it's not the Firefin, because it's the Firefin in combination with some other brand.
Okay, I think I only saw the Firefin logo, so...
I think you're allowed to get away with just calling it the Firefin. I don't think anyone's going to hold it against you. Everyone still calls the VDS the CDS in this game anyway, so it's not like it's... Not like syntax is really that big of a deal. Hey, same exact comps, unless I'm not mistaken, from both sides as that stringer rides the tower here.
I think you're right. Yeah, we're seeing this mirror ink brush once again. We're seeing the double killer whale, which I'm sure will be a lot more helpful on this mode as well. So, of course, we're seeing this very early push ahead from Xpresso. They are getting these picks continuously, and just all this special usage has been really getting them very good progress early on in this game. Avril is going to be trying to set up camp here on this left side in front of the tower. Not being able to quite clear out Chester just yet, but that is just going to be a near full wipe, which should end the push for Xpresso. They're just Hermit there running back into a shell, if you get my... Sorry.
Hermit's crabbing away.
Yep. Yes!
Their killer whale.
So,
do you know what? Go ahead.
I want to hear what you wanted to say.
I was going to say the fact that Hermit wasn't able to scurry away into their shell is slightly critical. You like to pick off those players that are retreating when they're the last one left alive, and you like to do it a little bit late, so that staggers your opponent coming back in. They got to wait a little bit longer, but obviously Cornsicles maybe pushed up a little bit too much, or maybe they didn't really have their anchor player going with them with the tower. And they just kind of fed into something right there. Xpresso punished it pretty quickly, and they're right back into control of mid.
Now, I have a genuine question, since I think you know Surskit and you've played with them a lot more than I have. Do you feel like, I've seen a couple times so far in this set that Surskit has jumped to a teammate rather than back to spawn. Do you think that's intentional, or do you think that's the pro controller moment?
If you want me to be completely honest, because Surskit is a Destiny Troop alum, and I know he's going to come back and listen to this, since he bounces in between using Junior at times and the Slayer weapons, that might be a little bit of the support player in him kind of coming out there and saying, oh wait, I need to bounce back right here. I need to not be so aggressive. I need to stay alive. So that might play a little bit of a role into that decision making. Because especially, look, it's a single elimination tournament. You're down 1-0. It's early, but still your instincts start to take over at some point, and sometimes you just kind of make plays that maybe you don't intentionally want to make, but you just naturally do anyway.
It's always good when those kinds of plays that happen by accident really pay off. It's a very satisfying moment where you go, hey, well, maybe that's actually a viable thing that I can do, and I've just discovered a new thing for myself. We are once again seeing Xpresso popping all these specials extremely aggressively here. Pincher getting that shot under the tent and getting the pick onto Surskit in their spawn, but not much progress being made onto the tower itself. It is just going to be Pincher remaining here, getting in this scramble with the Surskit, able to get that pick, but finally cleaned up by Lupul's here, and this is going to be the start of a push, certainly, for Cornsicles here. They are going to have to move up rather aggressively. Avril going to be having to ride that tower, but it seems just in that defense, Cornsicles hasn't really built up anything to sort of answer for this right side checkpoint.
They do have some specials to work with there. Surskit getting blasted just as they're putting down the bubbler shield. You see Hermit working their way towards the tower as Lupul's able to get the nice splat right there and is in a good position to start ledge camping, but they're having difficulties getting their blasters set up into that position to where they can guard that second checkpoint. And they're still trying to ride right here. There's nothing really given. There's one of the 2 killer whales that's being fired directly at the tower. They'll stop everything. Clearing one checkpoint, but they did it with only 50 seconds left to go, and they still got a long way to get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a lot of bomb pressure coming out from Xpresso on the defense. Arito getting that insane shot onto Avril here. That could very well seal the deal for the last 35 seconds of this game. Getting such a good defensive player for them could allow them to move back in should they wish, but it seems like they've opted into backing out and playing it a little bit more safe here. They feel very confident with that 27 lead, so that is going to be Lupul's here trying to play a little bit further, housing these jump-ins, but caught out by the other members of Xpresso here, so tower is going to be remaining in neutral, and it's really just going to be up to Cloud here to get back on there.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to find a way to do it without sacrificing way too many bodies. Now it's just everyone a 1v1 for brush, nothing given right there. Xpresso going up 2-0, just got a huge lead in the beginning and was able to just bleed out the clock from there on out. Cornsicles is really struggling to get established control of mid. They were able to battle back into it a couple of times, but never really able to just lock down those key areas they needed to do more than just one push in a 5-minute frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what we saw there. We didn't really see a lot of momentum coming out of Cornsicles until the later ends of the game. They're mostly focusing on defense and clearing out members of Xpresso, who were doing a very good job of at least staying 1 up or 2 up on the side of the map that Cornsicles was housed in. So it was a really good job from Xpresso, kind of recognizing that they had a good push and that they could kind of afford to play a little bit aggressively, maybe a touch carelessly, just for the sake of momentum.
Can we identify what a cornsicle is exactly?
I think the icon on the top left is like, it looks like a can of corn with like a popsicle stick in it. Like,
no, that's like a mostly eaten corn dog. But I wonder if it's like actually frozen at some point.
No, it looks like the bottom part is like the corn juice that was frozen. Like, can you see that? It's not a corn dog. Corn dogs are not that perfectly shaped. That is definitely frozen corn with a stick in it.
Oh, no, you're right. That is...
I am.
Now that I look at it bigger on Battlefy, that is a, like, translucent can of corn.
Yeah.
On a popsicle stick. No. Thank you.
Oh, gross.
Thank you, Elemental, for that much.
Yeah.
Okay, I now regret asking anything. Xpresso, please put this team out of its misery so we don't have to look at this for the rest of the tournament. Hey, Rainmaker Manta Maria. This was really good in Splatoon 2. Enough people liked it to where we could put it in tournaments. They got rid of the block on the left, though. You can still go there. You got to hop off like the checkpoint that's on the left. They made the alleyway area a lot wider.
Yeah.
For some reason, I don't really know why they got rid of that block, and I don't know if that hurts this map enough to where we're not going to see it in the future, but it's new enough to where we can use it now.
You know, I think it kind of works. I think it favors the defending team a lot more here, and that slows it down a little bit, which I think was one of its biggest flaws in Splatoon 2, was that you could just get points way too fast once you get past that initial choke point. And now that it's a lot larger there's a lot more room for the defending team to sort of, take some ground. And I think that could help it a lot, but I could be just totally off. I hope I'm not, because I gotta pick map pools soon for Low Tide City.
All you can do at this point in Splatoon 3 is just hope. Give me like a handful of weapons that aren't total garbage, or a handful of maps that aren't total garbage. And right now, Sir Skit going to a weapon that isn't garbage, going to the T-Tech coming off the blaster, gives them a little bit more painting capabilities, gives them, doesn't give them the bubbler, but you know what? I think the reason they went to T-Tech is because Cloud went off of Custom Junior into the Vanilla Junior, so they didn't want double bubbler. This way, this one in Ink Strike is that. Actually, Avril is on, Avril's on Stringer as well.
Oh, wait, okay. That is... I think this is the first time I've been able to actually see Avril play... Actually, no, I take that back. We've played against her while she's on Stringer before, and she has been quite honing her skills on this weapon, doing very well. And I think that is going to allow cornsicles to play a lot more aggressively here, and of course, it's kind of what you have to do with a moving objective like Rainmaker, you know, a lot more movement in the team overall, and that's going to be a smart pick, I think, for this, of course, with that very early lead down to 47 and burning through that first checkpoint. That is a very dominant stance to be staying in this early on, but it's a matter, I think, of extending that from here in.
Yeah, able to clear that first checkpoint. But you really, just like in Splatoon 2, you just want to drop down to that second deck area if you want to feel kind of comfortable with anything. And right now, cornsicles doing a very good job on the defensive end, shutting down that Rainmaker before it can go anywhere, getting a couple of splats. And now you got those two players for Xpresso caught out on that left side. That's what I'm talking about, being a little bit staggered there. You splat one player, force the other one to jump back, and now Xpresso's got the man disadvantage on the defensive end over here, but it looks like somebody around the corner there screaming this way is able to get a couple of splats. Avril not able to drop down there just yet, getting to 32 remaining as the rest of Xpresso is able to clean up. Sir Skit back at the respawn, and mid's going to turn purple very quickly. It just comes down to, is Xpresso going to be patient here, or are they going to just try to gun it, knowing that cornsicles is on the back end, and waited maybe a little bit too long as Sir Skit pulls off an excellent shark and shuts everything down.
Yeah, I think what cornsicles did earlier on that push there was really intelligent. I think recognizing Avril holding that Rainmaker, that she was going to be the last one up there, and it was just a matter of time before they sort of closed in on her. So running it forward there was a good... just get it as far away from your spawn as possible. And we are seeing the two down here. This retaliation for Xpresso even thinking about trying to move that Rainmaker up. That bubble is going to allow them to buy even more points. Getting it down to the base of the pedestal. That is going to be a near knockout with still 2 minutes remaining in the game. Cornsicles are still in this.
Hey, R. And you know, with Rainmaker, as long as there's time on the clock, anybody can still win it, unfortunately. Oh, they're gonna dump it off the side. I mean, yeah, that's going to get the Rainmaker back to mid, but the middle is just completely orange at this point. And you got a Brush having a party at your spawn. That's a tricky spot for anybody to get to on the offensive end. So they lose a player to dump the Rainmaker off to the side, and it's just going to be coming right back over here. Looks like it did buy enough time for everybody to get back in and shut it down again, but still, those are more time that's being wasted off of the clock that Xpresso could use to get back into this one.
Yes, and as you saw there, Xpresso did have to sort of burn through that crab tank to just try and dislodge Sir Skit from the position that he was in actively. So, you know, that's going to be making it harder for them to even move back in here. With only a minute left, they have quite the distance to make. They haven't even burnt through that first checkpoint. So, you know, having those specials like that crab tank are very vital in sort of moving that up here. And Pincher going to be popping that as soon as they get that pop. We're seeing a lot of map control here. Avril piercing right through that crab tank, getting that pick. That is going to be crucial for them in the defense here.
45 seconds left to go. Xpresso hasn't really been able to establish control of mid with the Rainmaker and push up at this point. Still, they can find a way to do that. It's going to have to start with them taking care of the just establishing control of mid, and they got to use a lot of specials to do that. You see the Killer Whale, you see Ty Uster throwing the Booyah Bomb on the left side. They're able to get a couple of splats with it, but Sir Skit has just been a thorn in the side of Xpresso all game long. Finally able to take care of the T-Tech though, as Hermit's going to be approaching this first checkpoint. They do clear it. The question is, are they going to have enough bombs available to pick it back up, because they instantly have to grab it. Killer Whale coming out a little bit early from the cornsicles, but it stalls enough time for Lopels to jump back in and start swinging away. That is a wipeout. Cornsicles keeps their tournament hopes alive.
Wow, what a game. I mean, I just need to give like shout outs to Avril because every time the camera panned over to her, she was getting some sort of insane shot with the stringer there. Just onto that crab tank, and then once again she was on the backside of their what is it? The bunker in their street and just shot above the wall and got a pick that way. Like so they couldn't even see that she was there and she's getting picks behind that wall. Just a great use of, you know, the arcing style of the main weapon itself.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the bracket right now. What the hell is Photic Zone doing being up 2-1 over Ouroboros? Are they trying to get banned from Low Ink? That's how you get banned from Low Ink. I see you guys. That'd be an interesting result if they can pull that off. Regardless, we're still 2-1 in this set. Cornsicles trying to pull off the reverse sweep. What's the next map here? Clam Blitz at the museum.
Oh okay. No.
So here's the question. I'm assuming Avril's going to go back to Charger here. Charger, if you can get in mid, it's dominant. If you can't find a way to get in mid, you're kind of just screwed. So it's really going to come down to how they can find ways to get Avril involved into the action. They were doing that very well in the last game, probably with the Stringer and Sir Skit's change. Just the comp change they had all around gave them a little bit more aggression, a little bit more mobility, a little bit more painting power as well to work with. But I'm assuming they're going to go back to that normal comp they had the last couple of games, and that'll limit them a little bit. Xpresso now, they've been using the same comp the first 2 times. They got pretty much comfortable wins. Minus the shaky start in game 1, so I wonder if they're going to double down and stick with this comp, or when in doubt, bring some more splashes out.
I think in general with this map, I have some criticisms for museum clams in general. I think it's kind of it's a bit of a difficult map to sort of break in when you're pushing. It's a very long, grueling process, and I know we've seen some very exciting games, especially in what is it, IDYL. It was really good.
It's an
map
actual
there.
word. IDL, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Yes, we saw some really exciting games in that tournament in particular, but I have yet to see like a really big standout game on this map mode in particular, just due to the sheer difficulty of getting these pushes in. So that is one thing to sort of point out here. So I think a lot of this game, I hate to say it early on, will be dependent on what team can get the most significant push first, and then from the rest of that, they can just kind of rely on that one push alone if it's good enough, and that's kind of how this map mode goes. It's not fast enough to constantly play it super aggressively. So we'll see how this goes. Cornsicles, of course, going with the same approach, and we haven't really seen any shift in the comps whatsoever in this set, aside from, I guess, Avril switching to bow for that game, but swapping back onto the Z plus F splatter scope. Okay, that's what it's called. I'm gonna just call it Firefin.
I forget what the Z. Maybe it's Zinc.
Zecco?
I forget what the Z. Oh, Zecco. I think you're right there. I forget what the Z was there for. We can still call it the Firefin though. Like our audience all was here from Splatoon 2. Nobody just picked up the game in Splatoon 3. By the way, speaking of IDL, both teams using IDL legal comps right now with what they're doing right here. Yeah.
Even I guess the specials are fine as long as it's repeating the killer whale, but that's fine as long as it's not like strikes, right? Or
nobody cares
crab.
about killer whale at this point.
Yeah.
Even the developers. Anyways, looks like Cornsicles able to push up into the enemy base, but they're losing some players along the way. They only got enough clams to build one power clam. They'll have to juggle it between themselves, and they lost the power clam they brought to the party anyways. And you got your Stringer here working around this left side, so at least Cornsicles has control of mid, but the longer they just wait and try to build things up, the more resources Xpresso is going to have to start shutting things down, the more specials they're going to be able to build up, and just waiting around for something to happen ultimately works against Cornsicles right there as my heart starts exploding. Creating this opportunity for Xpresso to just set up a really fine defense, start splatting some players almost for free.
Yes, Hermit here, of course, going to be running around mid, just doing whatever they can to cause some chaos. They are going to have to be very careful about this wave breaker here, almost getting picked off by the wave breaker alone, and is constantly getting spotted out by these torpedoes. And with 2 members of Xpresso going down, they are going to have to back off here and opt for some defense, just because of the way this map is formulated. They're going to have to be prepared for any sort of, man advantage to be capitalized on by the members of Cornsicles, who are ready seemingly to get this push in. They're popping these specials. Surska is going to play this aggressively despite the fact that the ink brush has gone down, and looks like they're getting ready to get under that basket there, but it's getting nearly spotted out. Avril still holding up good pressure here, popping that wall to just give herself some more protection on the side here, but looking like ultimately this is going to be a dead push, and they are going to have to back out of this. So once again, back to this neutral state. We're 3 minutes in now. No pushes have been made. This is my problem.
Xpresso has to do something right here, though, because they got a couple specials to work with. Lupples, what a heck of a play. Brush just cancels Crab Tank, apparently. Everybody's been looking for the counter. It's been Brush all along. Lupples just smashed that thing silly. But that was Xpresso's opportunity. They had the clams, they had the specials, they had control of mid, they had the cornsicles on the back foot, but the one brush just gets behind everything and shuts it all down, and it all just completely goes down the drain at that point. Look at cornsicles recapturing mid because of it, and they're going to take another poke at trying to get a score up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Erito here up on this very defensive position up on the top left. I think they're at this point sort of relying on Cornsicles moving in on them and getting the sort of these counter picks in order to clear this and get a push of their own, but not quite working out perfectly for them here. Hermit going to be getting around, getting the pick onto Lupples, and they were sort of closing in on that last member of Cornsicles there. I'm not sure what happened. I think they were able to jump out there, but now just getting under this basket here. Will the clan be able to get a jump in? But it's just an absolute what is happening here under this basket? A lot of people are going down, and that's finally going to be the first power clam dunk we're getting in the entire game, a whole 4 minutes in.
And that might be it, honestly. That might be all you really need, because Xpresso on the defensive end has been playing really well, and they're getting the trades with the brush, and that'll slow down everything. It really just comes down to their shooters. Now, they got Avril in a good position in mid here. The problem is they got enough players on Xpresso who are mostly near to their specials, halfway to crab, which we know they've basically got their crab ready to go. But Inkstrike coming out here on the back end, combined with the killer whale, is catching Xpresso off guard a little bit. A couple of their players going down, including their splash.
Oh my god.
And now you got the brush just going in. Takes down Ty Uster. Can they find a way to get to the basket, though? Wow, no. I think Hermit took care of both of the power clamp. They do pop the basket and they throw in a second one on the back door. Wow. Okay.
What a push there. The ink brush single-handedly dunking those clams just when I had lost hope. My feelings, they're just so up and down right now. I was prepared to just see the end of the set right that second there when Avril went down, but what an insane play from Lupples there. Just that adrenaline has got to be getting to them now. I think this is a really good momentum shift for Cornsicles. We could be seeing a reverse sweep in this last game here, Popgun.
And keep in mind, this is single elimination. This is just the first round. One of these teams is about to be done from the entire tournament. Yes. This is a very stressful run for them. And this is the 16-17 matchup. The winner of this one gets to play our number 1 seed, which has Synops and Keen and Sleepy on it. So this might be their whole tournament for these two teams, but this is what you sign up for proving grounds for. If your team's at this kind of level, to find somebody that's right with you to have a gutty match, go all the way to best of 5 on stream, commentated by Siren and Popgun and maybe Austin at any second, who knows. And it's gonna come down to splat zones at Art Academy. Ooh.
May I point out the commentator's curse? I feel like we're gonna see a DC in this game coming out from Xpresso, and we're just gonna be like, wow, everything we said that would happen is happening, because now we're on game 5. I didn't think we would be here. Like, after the first 2 games, I was like, all right, this is a wrap. But no, we're going to game 5 now. We cannot have a Splatoon tournament go to time. It's always just gotta be as long as possible.
No. I don't care what happens. This tournament is not going past midnight. If we're in grand finals and it's midnight, I'm just going to flip a coin and give the prize to whoever. And there's not even a prize here. You get your send-out badge. Regardless, though, they're doubling down. We're not seeing any comp changes coming from any side. I like the fact that cornsicles dropped the blaster and went with the T-Tech. It just gives them more paint that they can work with here. And Surskit probably been getting a little bit more splats with it as well. But Ty Uster is not having it right now. Probably a little bit frustrated with how those last couple of games ended. Just went right in, got a splat, and is trying to get right up top here and get a wipeout.
Yes, Ty Uster here, not negotiating the position here on that left side there, just applying so much paint and pressure onto that left side there. Cornsicles has to respond to this. They cannot ignore that one side, otherwise Ty Uster is just going to keep applying that pressure and not allowing them to get into the zone from that one direction. So they do have to keep moving in here. They are going to be popping those ink strikes. What?
That splat bomb didn't kill that player that was just like right on top of it.
I think it may have just been like a depth perception thing where it looked like it was a little closer to the player than it was from our view.
Are you calling me old?
Like. I have some depth perception issues with this game sometimes, and I'm just gonna chalk it up to that.
Cornsicles able to hang on by literal frames, this dodging the splat bomb right there. You got Avril on top of the tower, and now you got Xpresso having to figure out how they can break out of this lockout. I don't think we really saw this at all in the Mako Mart game, where Cornsicles had like a complete lockout situation. It seemed like they just got control of zone, and then they were just running for their lives. But you see Xpresso wisely coming back, building up their specials, allowing some points to be put up on the board, but going in with those specials. The problem is, though, they might find a way to cap zone right here. I don't know how long they're going to hold on to it, though, unless they can just get some splats the good old-fashioned way. And that Stringer was able to shut down somebody trying to flank up top there, but it's a 2v2 situation now.
Wow, I don't know if you were paying attention to that, but it seemed like one person would go down on the side of Xpresso, then it would be Cornsicles, and they were just taking turns, ultimately ending up in just maybe a bit of a trade situation, more of a neutral here, and we're not even really seeing much of a zone shift, just more teams wrestling for dominance and trying to get more points on the board here, because these leads are basically equal. 53-50. It's going to be basically the same thing at the end. Pincher here forced to back up. That Killer Whale is going to come out. That is going to allow Cornsicles to get these really good aggressive positions onto the top of the zone here. Getting Avril set up camp on the top of mid is going to be very scary, considering she has that splash wall to use. There is going to be a very difficult time dislodging her without burning a special on the way. So this is allowing the other members of Cornsicles to push up very aggressively far. That Killer Rail is going to have to be used to move Avril, but that is going to be a lead shift just barely for Cornsicles here. That could be a zone cap in favor once again for Xpresso, but again, they just have another penalty to burn through here, and this has been so back and forth. This is anyone's game at this point.
Okay, the jump back instantly getting erased right there, and that'll slow down any kind of wave break and your best painting weapon. But Surskit and Lupples really being aggressive right here, attacking this right side, even though they didn't have a man advantage, just kind of worked out into their favor. I think Avril was able to get some picks on the left side here, but they sacrificed so many resources to do it. And you gotta get that splat. Okay, no, Avril wisely kind of backing off away from that spot. But Ty Uster in the position you want to see your machine player in, able to rotate to the right side if they need help, and Lupples just trying to go in by themselves. If Xpresso can get that splat right there, that could open up the door for them to get the KO. Instead, it's just a distraction. Everybody else comes in from the backside and gets a lot of splats on top of it.
Yeah, Lupples just perfectly paving the way for the other members of Cornsicles to get back in here. That's going to be Surskit moving up, getting the pick on a Pincher here, going and getting Hermit as well. This has got to be a lead shift. They have almost no penalty right now. They're going to be moving up here on that left side. The Stringer is going to be watching it very well, but that is still going to be Avril on top mid, just getting these picks, popping the strikes into their base. This is going to be once again the lead for Cornsicles as Lupples moves in to cause more chaos in their base.
They just got falling down, trying to be a little bit cheeky on the wall right there. So we see Killer Whale come out again, trying to displace everybody. They're throwing a lot of things to the top of the tower to push Avril back. They are able to get the splat on a couple of players, but man, Lupples just playing solo queue right now, and the rest of Cornsicles is responding to it very well. They're able to get splats, run back and hide, draw a lot of attention, and everybody else from cornsicles is taking advantage of that attention that the brush is bringing right there. Very nice splat by this stringer player, Arito? They've been playing great all set long with this stringer so far. Been doing a good job of staying alive. I don't know if they're going to have enough resources to hold on to get the lead, though. They only got about 5 seconds left to go. They're battling for the zone. Hermit jumps back in. They are going to cap zone. They are going to get lead, and they are going to clutch out the set. Welcome to Proving Grounds. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Just barely narrowly getting that lead there, even with the man advantage down. That jump in from the brush on the side of Xpresso being extremely crucial in contesting that cap there. What an insane game to end off set 1 on.
That was, and the tournament hopes for the cornsicles ends just like that. What a heck of a set, though. I'm glad that's the kind of set those teams got to have in round 1 of a single elimination tournament. I mean, you don't want to lose, but you still want to go down fighting. And that entire set, especially starting in game 3, was just back and forth between both teams with some dramatic finishes left and right. So congratulations to Xpresso for winning that one. You won the grand prize of taking on the #1 seed. So maybe we might not see you down the road, but we got to see you right now. Nicely done. Instead, okay, Photic Zone took Ouroboros to a game 5. My goodness. I wonder if that says more about Photic Zone or Ouroboros. Honestly, that was Photic Zone was up 2-1 at one point in that one.
They heard that you were going to ban them from lowing, so they had to do good, but not too good. Just enough to sort of put it in their Sendo bio that they took games off Ouroboros.
Hey, taking a team to a game 5 in a best of 5, I count that as slight result. If you say like you took one game off a team in a best of 3, that's cringe. But taking
I took a game off K-Bot once. That's pretty impressive, right? Using
just
+1.
one game. Fair enough. Hey, a result's a result. Speaking of results, the next match is already ready to go, and we're going to be bringing you guys that set any moment right now. It's going to be NKT Definitivo versus
mschf is what we have called them previously. I don't know what it's actually supposed to be said, but last time me and Rissa commentated this team, we just agreed mschf is just like the easiest way to refer to them, and I think that's what they're going for. But it could be just like, what if it's like a climb thing where like all the letters are like team members? I don't think it is.
Yeah.
But I'd like to imagine that it stands for something and just happens to resemble a word enough.
That was what my fear was, is that this was some sort of like acronym for something
terrible.
Something terrible, something mischievous, if you will. But if it is, keep it to yourselves. We're just going to go with mschf for here on out. Definitivo is an actual team, though. These guys have been kicking booty left and right in tournaments that they've been playing in. They've been playing in a lot of IPL events, a lot of Proving Grounds and SOS tournaments. They might, I know they're like the number 11 seed here, going up to number 6 seed. I still kind of like them in this matchup just because they are a natural team. I always like natural teams versus pickups. As we saw in the last set. That was clearly the deciding factor in that game 5 there. But it's still the same format going forward. Both teams 3-0ing their opponents right before they beat the kid I played in chess a couple of weeks ago. Fair enough. Okay.
I think I saw the tweet.
Tower control at Illtail Alley game 1 here.
Yes, a very narrow map, and I feel like that's worth mentioning just due to the worth of long-range weapons on something like this. And, Crab Tank, of course, being very dominant here once again. And I think with it being narrow, it kind of forces teams to pick fights a little more often instead of avoiding the main action points of the map, because that's pretty much the entire map when the tower path occupies all of it with very little space around it. So it's one thing to sort of look out for here, I guess, with these two teams and how we're going to assess things throughout the set is what team does better in close range and what team does better with the long range game. And I think it can be determined either way, depending on how each team plays this, because there is really two ways to play this one, and both are pretty successful. It's just you better hope that the other team isn't, playing the long range game a little bit better than you are.
I like having Eeltail in map pools just because it's nice to have those narrow maps in every now and then, just for counter pick's sake. It seems like there's a lot of times where this map can force another team off of a comp that they're usually using. And it's just different from all the other maps in particular. And I hope it's not the worst narrow map. It's not a Port Mackerel kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not a Moray Towers kind of thing. Which I guess if you're saying, oh well, it's not Port Mackerel, I guess that's not really a ringing endorsement. But regardless, I would be surprised if the weapons everyone uses in this game is not the same what they use over the course of the set.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. I think so far, because Eeltail is one of those launch maps, there's a lot of teams right now who sort of have ideas in mind for this map in particular. Maybe not the same feeling we have for Umami Ruins, since we're still sort of assessing how that map plays out. But, a lot of people
pronounce that again for me, please?
Umami, because it's like the flavor umami.
Umami's a flavor?
Yeah, it's a flavor profile, like spicy or sweet. Yeah, it's umami.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Hey, what the heck is that? This is Zinc Mini. Is that legal? Is that
illegal?
You just never really see
that.
Well,
it's less than a year old, if that's what you're saying. But
no, it's not. It's a tournament legal. You never see anybody. What the heck is that? What is this? Mischief using the vanilla sploosh? What is going on here?
Well, they are called Mischief Pop Gun. Getting the pick on T-Lock. That is going to be a very early push coming out from Mischief here. Stopped very quickly, but these specials are still going to be coming out. Getting these picks onto NKT Definitivo. That is going to get them some leeway here if they're able to decide which one is going to actually ride the tower with that Kraken finally coming in.
I'm honestly surprised we don't see more Kraken in the other modes. I'm assuming it's just because it's on 96 and the roller at this point, where everybody's just so used to using shooters that don't have crazy RNG to it. But I mean, you just put it on tower and you just win. I mean, there's literally nothing you can do except for Ink Strike, which I don't think Mischief has any Ink Strike. So if you just put a Kraken on tower, it just sits there.
Yeah. It's definitely a time burner and a point cheeser, and in pretty much every mode so far spares zones, which I'm afraid will start leaning towards the zones is best mode argument just because of that. I don't want to get in that rabbit hole right now. We have a very early lead from Mischief down to 40 here. Really good special usage so far, and Zenith on this left side here, not really giving up this aggressive position, causing more chaos in the base of NKT. They haven't really been able to push up to that same level that Mischief has so far, and that's really working out for them. They haven't really gotten to leave their base and taken over mid yet.
Oh, if they can find a way to get the wipeout right here, a splash battle that ends up in a trade, that's going to work into the favor of Mischief, who now has their sploosh of all things ready to go onto the right side. Oh, okay, now up top here, able to cause a little bit of a distraction. Can they clear this checkpoint, though, is the question. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Definitivo doing a good job on the defensive end, but now's the opportunity that you have to start pushing up, and they can't do that because Zenith is still in there fighting with the bubble, getting the trade, slowing things down. So Definitivo, who's probably close to having a Kraken ready, doesn't really have enough players online to get to start pushing up a little bit. In fact, they take care of the Kraken before it can even get popped.
This is really off topic, but this tournament is starting to give me hope for the Splatoon 3 meta so far. Look at these comps in the first two sets we've had.
We're in round 2.
Yeah.
Mind you. And well.
Okay.
And well.
I just had to be happy for a moment just to have it ruined. Huh?
Yeah. Okay. So here, you know what's interesting here? There's no replay that's going to be allowed.
Yes.
And the team with the huge lead is the one that just DC'd. They can still win this one.
Yeah. At least out of the DCs, the stringer is still up, and that's going to really help them defensively here. They do also have a Booyah Bomb, which is clutch. But
they lost
again,
the Sploosh.
Oh no.
If you win with the Sploosh DCing, that is Sploosh is dead. Everything you just said about hope for the competitive scene, that goes 100% out the window. You literally just won with that thing not even being involved in the game.
Well, the Sploosh giveth, the Sploosh taketh away, because that
don't give it nothing.
It was so crucial in getting that original lead in the first place, so it's done its job already. It's just a matter, can they keep holding on to this?
We just lost a player for definitivo.
What? Oh my!
Yeah,
wait, can they get the lead anyway? Oh wait!
They might. They don't. What's the Kraken doing all the way down there, able to get a splat?
I think they were hoping your teammate was back alive a little longer.
We got a bar fight breaking out here all of a sudden. If they can find ways to hold on to this, a nice splat. A very nice splat. They got it. This is going to count.
Coming out, that could be a KO. Yeah. At least it felt pretty even towards the end there. Just kind of unfortunate. They did get that most of that momentum while they still had 4 people. So once that other guy DC'd on NKT, I think the job was mostly done. Where mschf was at maybe a bit more of a disadvantage than they would have liked.
Well, at least we don't have to replay that one. That's the benefit for that. And nobody used their replay. So hopefully we get everybody back into the lobby. We just move right on to game 2. We can just pretend that didn't happen, and everyone plugs their Ethernet cables in, and we just have smooth sailing going on forward here. Or it could just be a complete nightmare. Regardless, that one's done. We're moving on to Rainmaker at the museum. In all honesty, if you wanted to use Sploosh again, this wouldn't be the worst scenario to use it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's really good. It's sort of infamous for creating these leeway paths. I remember seeing a lot of pushes back in Splatoon 2 where, I guess mostly in solo queue, where you just like pop a bunch of curling bombs and the Rainmaker just makes a run for it. Get a quick pop and then just go. So maybe we'll see some object shredder if that's their plan for this, is just to sort of get that very early jump in the game. The use of checkpoints added in Splatoon 3 definitely changes the dynamic of that kind of push. But I think in a team setting, you can still kind of pull that off.
Yeah, we're sitting here breaking down Sploosh gameplay in Proving Grounds, of all things. But
I don't get to do it very much. I've been watching splashes for 6 months straight. I'm so happy. I'm refreshed. I will talk about any weapon as long as it's not that.
I always call it the Elmer Fudd gun, because it kind of looks like the little round horn looks like something Elmer Fudd would have used in one of those old cartoons. But man, it just shoots like a fart. It's just a total nightmare.
I totally get what you mean, even though that makes no sense.
Now, okay, so here's the actual question: are they getting back into the room? Like, can we confirm that they are actually doing that? Because there was a lot of crazy DC action. We can actually a little live look in here as a High Elemental. I see you. Nice little party right there, buddy. So we were able to see they're all in the lobby. They are selecting weapons. So we are not going to have that awkward having to pull a sub or DQ a team or anything like that. And hopefully we can get this game going momentarily.
Yeah. I know we mentioned before, ELTail, that teams often have a comp specifically for... Buddy? What was that? Was that a message from Element? What was with the buddy and the crying emojis? Did you see that?
I did see that. Sometimes it's best to just So just
blink twice
let...
if you can hear us.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everyone's having a good time. We're playing a great tournament, and we see some massive comp changes coming out from both teams. That is an E-liter, that is a Stamper, that is a VDS, and that's a Nautilus. By the way, that is a Haunt VDS. Obviously, the optimal way to use that weapon.
I'm gonna be totally candid with you here and say that I rarely see Haunt to the point where I actually don't even know what that does.
Okay. Would you like me to explain it?
Sure. You know what? Help the viewers at home as well.
Oh yeah, you're probably right with that. So if you get splatted while you have Haunt on, you can see where the person that splatted you is at all times if they're behind walls. And if you splat them, they get like kind of a respawn punish thing working against them. It's a good thing if you suck at fights. You saw a lot of Fire Fins use it in Splatoon too, I guess because they didn't really know what else to do. But I'm assuming we're going to see that VDS be very aggressive, and that might be the reason why they're using that, right? Well, we know Haunt's going to be activated right now. They just got splatted.
Yeah, they are going for that checkpoint right away there, regardless of whether or not that VDS is going to be in their way. And of course, it's not going to... Oh! That crab tank just committed PvP on their own team. That's unfortunate, and that is going to probably end the push there, assuming Zenith gets caught out. Opting to jump out there, which is going to be the smart move overall, but now they do have to watch out because that map is turning very blue very quickly. They started chewing the Wonka gum, and it's it's time for them to move up.
You're turning violet, Violet. Thanks. Oh, look at this Nautilus doing some work right here. How did they even know that player was right there? I know we saw them, but getting the nice fall off right there. Able to pop the Rainmaker yet again as they clear the checkpoint. Hey, working around this left side, but who's this Cross Cake? Is that who it is?
Cosix Cake.
The Nautilus god right now doing some serious work right here. Who needs a good kit? The weapon itself is great.
Yeah, greater than a crab tank, just equal terms. Getting the Time, getting into their base, and this is still really good aggression from NKT here. You know, mid is still really in their control, and they've really done well. I don't know if 28 is the greatest push ever, but it's definitely a winnable push on this map, I would say. So. It's
definitely not the greatest push ever, but yes, you're right. This is on this map. I would feel pretty confident with that.
Yeah.
2 minutes left to go here. You got your E-liter picking up the Rainmaker, so they're not going to control mid, but they're going to keep the aggression up. Right play there. You don't want to just turtle up with 2 minutes left to go. You want to try to add to your lead, or if anything else, keep the Rainmaker on the enemy side of the map. But right now they're having difficulties getting pushed up this right side. The Nautilus. Actually, no, this is mschf. They're the team that's losing right now. So, yeah, of course they got to try to push up the side of this Rainmaker here. I got it all backwards. But unlike having the Nautilus, who just busted the doors wide open for Definitivo, there's no real way for mschf to get up there. You saw them trying to get their Stamper player involved to climb in that tower, but it just got instantly shut down. It didn't seem like anyone else was interested in getting something going. But A's got a little bit of a path cleared here on the right side.
Yeah, that was actually a delayed full wipe here. You know, members of NKT are going to be responding quick enough to respond to this, I think, at this point. But that is going to, you know, give them a lot of space to move up here. This could very well be the lead. Getting picked off at 34, but if these remaining members were going to stay up, they would have maybe been able to get that pop, but that is going to be dropped down, and another full wipe just barely delayed onto the side of mschf, and NKT is going to use this as an opportunity to move that Rainmaker up even further, try and get it closer into the base of mschf. You know, just whatever points they can add on to their lead are going to help them in the end game, and you know, keeping that Rainmaker as far as they can from their base is going to be very helpful. Even just dropping it into a very inconvenient spot like this one will work in their favor.
Oh, they might find ways to add points to their lead right now. I was about to say, if you can just burn specials, take time off the clock instead, they're going to get 3 points out of that sucker. There you go. But more importantly, they took like 30 seconds off the clock. mschf had to use a lot of specials to just get to the Rainmaker to where it is right now, to where they have a chance to at least try to get lead right back. You see Zenith is going to have to be the key, though, on the Stamper coming around that right side. Does have Stamper ready to go, or Zipcaster ready to go, as well as Booyah and Crab. So they got all the specials online that they can use. Trying to push through mid here with the support of the Crab, but Zenith just didn't really have anywhere to go. That Nautilus probably has 15 KA at least in this game, but they're going to have to get a little bit more if they want to shut down this push. Able to take care of the Splash-O-Matic, and there goes the Kraken, and the only option you have is to run, but they're doing a great job of dodging it. Juked out the Kraken. Berlin stuck in no man's land. Now the Rainmaker's just going all around the world. At some point, they're going to explode here. I don't know how long they've been holding on to it. About 20 seconds left to go, so they can wait a little bit, but the longer they wait, the more time Definitivo has to come back in here and shut it down. They go up 2-0.
Wow. That game already. I mean, like, at the very last second, they're just thinking that they might be able to get a push. You know, the timer really came into contention. You never really see the Rainmaker get that close to exploding most of the time, but twice in that game it almost happened, both from either side in mschf and NKT. So, you know, both teams really having to hold on to that Rainmaker for a long time, and just I think speaks volumes about how hard it is to get such a meaningful push and how long and time consuming it is there. So it's just a matter of survival, I think, and NKT just had the edge a little bit there.
A great match, and I like the fact that they used the Nautilus as effectively as it was. When you provide it with a lot of paint, which their comp was good enough paint-wise for their Nautilus to do work. Your Nautilus, even though it's not a great kit for that weapon, the main weapon itself is still fantastic, as we got a first-hand view from Definitivo in that match. Now heading into a game 3, mschf 1 game away from being eliminated from the tournament. We saw this happen earlier on stream, the previous match, where there was almost a reverse sweep, so this one isn't over yet. And it was Manta Maria that was game 3. This time around, it's not Rainmaker, it is Clam Blitz. I'll be completely honest with you. I have not played Clam Blitz Manta Maria yet in Splatoon 3.
It is the exact same. It's just with the wider street that it has.
Okay.
In
People claim it's better.
Same. I think it's better because of that wide street, because that's where all the action happens. But it's the same. It's the same. The basket's in the same spot. The whole map is configured the same way. This is just Clam Blitz Manta from Splatoon 2. And I don't really think there was that much wrong with that map. I think we played it a lot when it came out, before we had maybe some other options. But I think it was really enjoyable when I tried this before. But I think it kind of has that museum vibes where you can kind of defend one really good push if you get it. That could just be the one time I played it, though, but it was fun.
The jury is still out on it. Now, to your point, we played a lot of crappy maps in Splatoon 2 for a long time. It took us a while before we thought, why are we doing this? Let's stop playing the maps that suck. Now, there's a lot of maps that suck in the game right now, so we kind of just got to slowly navigate it. But I think this triple midline comp. Oh, wait, no, actually, Definitivo dropped their Kraken in exchange for Berlin pulling out the machine. And instead, on the flip side, mschf, Zenith says, let me take a stab at that Kraken. Let me see if I can just use Kraken, go right into the base, everybody jump to me, and we get some easy points off of that.
Yes, Kraken, being a very high point of discussion so far, with Clam Blitz being, I would say, exploitable. Is the good term for it, and we're already seeing Zenith coming out, popping that Kraken, doing exactly, just perfectly replicating what we wanted to talk about with the weapon, getting a great pick here. That jumping's gonna come out. This could be a quad, and that is gonna be the wipeout, just going out in the trade, but that is more than enough to pave the way for their teammates to get that first power clam in and gain some points onto the board. This is still very early on, and that Kraken just is showing us a great example of why it's so good on Clam Blitz.
You know, the only drawback is that it's on a weapon that has some crazy RNG, but when you are literally right in the face of players, there is no such thing as RNG. You just two-shot and they're automatically dead, so nice play right there by Zenith.
As a former 96 gal main, I beg to differ with the being in your face thing. That doesn't mean anything.
just miss point blank sometimes. Well,
yes.
you know, it worked out for Zenith right there.
Yes.
Maybe it might not work out
It liked him back
set.
in that moment, so that's why things happened the way they did. Cox throwing that ball over to the other side, seeing what's going to happen there, not quite having a teammate able to pick up the slack there, but that's all right. They said, all right, I'll just cross the bridge myself, get this pick onto Astra. That is going to move things along very well for them. That Booyah Bomb's going to be coming out. That is going to be a lead swap for them. It is just going to be that VDS who is opting to back up into mid there. Seeing that the other teammates are gone, it's just, you know, okay, let me have some jumps and we'll continue this later.
The worst thing you can do in Clam Blitz is get wiped at any point in the game. On a map that's a lot smaller, like Mako Marts or maybe even Umami, I don't know. When you get wiped like that, you're basically surrendering mid and your own side of the map. On this map, though, I wonder if you get wiped. It's still a little bit of long. It's such a long map. It takes you a while to get back into the action, but it doesn't seem like such an immediate punish because you saw Definitivo get the lead there, but they lost 3 players immediately. But mschf having to be a little bit slower getting back into things means Definitivo doesn't really lose complete control of mid, and that might be why they're still able to get set up here and maybe get a second push going, especially after taking care of Zenith like that.
Yeah, having 2 down and a power clam at the ready as well is going to allow them to come out. That Cloud is going to come out. They get the pick onto A. So just moving into the street here, that is going to be a lead extension, getting it all the way down to 42, very explosively quick. They are going to be going down here once again. It's just going to be Berlin sitting under this basket. You see that Thermal Ink doing work here, getting that team pick on them. That is
another main ability you rarely ever see. I guess, I don't know.
It makes so much sense on bow, I think. When you just get these, like, you know, 1 arrow shots onto people, you just want to be able to locate them and hit them over walls. So I think it's probably the best usage of Thermal Ink you could possibly do is onto a bow weapon.
And you know what? On a map like this, whereas an anchor player, you usually staying behind walls anyways to try to stay safe, especially up in that crow's nest, it kind of works out better on here than it would other maps. So, yeah, I mean, man, we're seeing a lot of weird stuff. Okay, somebody jumped the poor Timmy right here. They're breakdancing in crab. I don't think that's the point of why they popped the special, but mschf able to take the hint and get some points on the board. Hey, what are you doing down there? Yeah, wisely jumping back out, saving that 1 singular clam that they have, but more importantly, able to go back in with their teammate, not a delayed wipe.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they are going to have to hold on to that 1 singular clam if they're going to be wanting to contest that last push. NKT is probably going to opt into playing sort of defensively, kind of moved up, but still holding up pressure. Maybe not quite going for a push here, but still not really allowing mschf to take up space in mid and just saying, hey, this is our room now, and if you want to sort of contest our basket, you're going to have to go through this giant wall of specials and paint and there's just a lot of pressure coming out here. Brian playing this very sneaky, does have 7 clams. Just 1 little tiny clam could get them a power clam, and that could really catch mschf off guard here. Getting the pick onto Timmy, not quite finding that 8th clam to make that ball. And I guess they really don't need it when you have a lead like that and 2-3 members down. It's, yeah, this is just a wipe happening 1 at a time. Not quite a wipe out, but a wipe.
I didn't even see that. I thought there was not going to be overtime, but yeah, just kind of dancing around. Look how pink that map is.
Was that trail of green there before? Did somebody on mschf try and sneak in the last few seconds there? I think that power clam may have saved them from getting cheesed.
It could, because they did have a power clam. Maybe they were trying to like jump behind everything. Somebody's going to have to pull up the replay code and look at it if they care enough on their own. But regardless, Definitivo moves on, 3-0ing mschf, and they're moving on to the top 8. They're a top 8 team in Proving Grounds. Now, there's only 1 more round of single elimination. This is kind of reverse engineering here. It's single elim into a double elimination. If you're one of the top 4 teams, you get to play double elim. So we're 1 more round away from that, and it's only been an hour and 15 minutes. We're already down to the top 8 teams. This is why we're doing single elimination. This is what we like to see. Now, looking at the bracket, Xpresso won game 1, which made me go, oh, okay. But then Xpresso got expressed out of the tournament as SSKT, our #1 seed, advances on. They got to fight Pac-Man, though. That seems like a difficult task just by looking at the names alone. Ouroboros bouncing back. Looks like they're up 2-1, possibly with a date with Nightmare on the line. And Sonder taking care of business here, and they'll be taking on Definitivo. We're going to be hopping into that 4-5 matchup. Cherry Limeade versus the team that Siren is going to pronounce 100% correctly for you all right now.
Give me a moment because I actually am struggling with the font on the first letter. So hold up.
Well,
okay, Shikagoe. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's no Shikagoe?
Or it's a Shikago.
Shikago.
Shika. The last character is like heh, but I think it's in this context, so it's like Shikagoe.
Shikagoe.
Yeah.
Am I going to get butchered for saying it like that? I wonder. What is this logo here?
So.
Is that is this the starting lineup for the Boston Celtics? What is that? Can we pull up this logo for Shikagoe? That's I can't even pull it up on Oh wait, no. Yes,
what? Oh well, I guess that the team name makes sense with Chicago on the roster. So I think we're just gonna go with Chicago. Okay. I don't know what the heh is there for, and the I look. I'm not the greatest linguist ever, but what?
Yeah, that is that looks like the starting lineup for the Boston Celtics. That is Jason Tatum right there. Obviously, that makes sense with Chicago's name and everything like that.
I'm reading chat like a bad commentator, and they're saying it's like a Chicago thing. I think.
Chicago. Well, that's
Chicago.
That's not the Chicago Bulls. That's the Boston Celtics. What do they have to do with Chicago? I have no idea.
Maybe they.
Can we call them Chicago?
I don't watch sports.
That's fine. This is sports that you're watching. This counts. Now, who are these guys? Is who you're wondering. This is essentially the team that won SOS on Wednesday. Synergy farts on Lois's leg or something like that. Which was like the name of all the teams that all those players came from. But seems to be some of the same roster. Now, this Chicago player, they are brand new on Battlefy. That's why they're not like the #1 seed, because we had no idea who this player was. And when that's 25% of your roster, you don't really know what to expect. So, yeah, their account was literally created today. So, zero information on whoever the heck that is. But they're going up against Cherry Limeade, and we know who they are.
Yes, I do. I do know who Cherry Limeade is, I think. Scrimmed them last night, and it sure is Cherry Limeade. I'm not really sure what to expect out of this matchup, because I did miss watching SOS this week, so I haven't been able to see the play. But of course, if they win, that's
You're not going to be really thrilled. Triple splash, I believe. No, look. Go ahead. You say your thing.
I think I was talking to Shy from Sonder afterwards, and if it's the team that won.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Then I think he told me.
Now look, is it the most exciting thing for the viewers to watch? No. Does that mean they're not supposed to use triple splash though if they're trying to win a tournament? No, of course not. I don't get on the mindset of blaming another team for using what is the meta to try to win if the meta works. And of course, they're going up against one of the most anti-meta teams in the universe in Cherry Limeade, who's using the Neo Splash, and Pika on the Tri Nouveau. I know a weapon that they're using. Hey, that's Ray's in there. Lily's not playing. Ray's is playing there. I didn't know Ray still played the game.
Yes, Ray's is still playing the game. Was playing last night as well, so perhaps some de-rusting from Ray's. I think Lily is still playing. I think it's Shiny who's benched at the moment.
Oh, I think you're right. So Ray's is coming in using the Stringer, as opposed to the Charger that we usually see out of Shiny Boy. So wait, what's So Lily's using the splash.
Yeah, Lily has the Rainmaker. Yeah, I think it's a paint output thing. I think Lily is going to be optimal on pretty much any shooter. Knows how to paint the map, knows how to play aggressively. I think it just translates pretty well overall, even though we do know Lily for playing that junior. I think, of course, they're probably going to be branching out into different options here, as we do see Cherry Limeade take this very early lead. That is still going to be Pika being very aggressive with this Rainmaker, just going to get some extra points on the board there, forcing Chicago here to get another pop onto this Rainmaker if they want to move it. So overall, a kind of smart play, especially if you're, leaning into the quick respawn play style that I think Pika is going to be going for here. He's trying to go forward, Nick, on this top view, and just an absolute bloodbath in the center map while Rainmaker kind of sits stagnant waiting to reset.
Yeah, Pika had their soda used in them, so there was really zero punishment for just running and grab that Rainmaker to get some more points because they're instantly right back. But right now, Chicago's in a great position right here. Link able to get a nice splat on Lily, harassing Raze over the top here, but somebody was able to get a splat on the Rainmaker. Link recognizing, oh, let me just leave that Splatana or the Stringer player alone. Let me go back and help my teammates, popping this Rainmaker, and is in a great position to shut things down. I think the ink wall, though, oh yeah, they threw down an ink wall and then a suction bomb exploded on the ink wall, so the ink wall having the opposite effect, hurting your teammate instead of protecting them, and that saves the checkpoint for Limeade.
Yeah, Limeade is going to be able to grab this Rainmaker once again. They should be watching out for Nick, who has gotten behind them now, just applying great pressure from behind. Pika, thankfully, botting them out alongside Krim, and now this is going to be an opportunity for Limeade to move up if they're able to grab this Rainmaker. They do have that Kraken Royale at the ready here, so that is going to allow Rainmaker to sort of have a path painted the same way Splash or Sploosh-O-Matic would in the previous game, and that on the way out, able to pop that Rainmaker as well. So once again, Cherry Limeade in the same exact position, only extending their lead a little bit here, but it's just a matter of, keeping that Rainmaker away from them and just holding up this pressure as long as they can.
Now, can Chicago splat the Rainmaker, recontrol mid without having to burn their specials? They got Ink Zuka ready to go. They got Crab Tank. It looks like they're going to opt to use one Ink Zuka to try to poke Lily instead, not really able to accomplish anything with that. And Cherry Limeade's able to hold on to control of mid. They are cooking that Crab Tank, though. So I like the fact that they are holding on to their specials, not just they can find ways to use them on the offensive end right now, as they do pop the Rainmaker and are trying to force Cherry back with that Crab, but they're not really going anywhere. Cherry's doing a good job of staying alive, and Lily's being really aggressive right here. They don't have map control, and just trying to take the Rainmaker, are they just trying to stall out a little bit right there?
Yeah, I think that was an interesting play. I think maybe not necessarily calling for the Rainmaker to be grabbed there, but I think it's ultimately working in their favor. We are seeing Krim getting this great pick onto half, and they're once again pushing that Rainmaker up into the 30s at this point, getting it onto that glass area, which is maybe, I think, the biggest choke point when you're trying to push that Rainmaker. So, just other members of Cherry Limeade are going to be jumping in here, trying to get some more leeway. But it is going to be hard when Chicago is starting to pop more of these specials on deck.
Yeah, they gotta burn a lot of things just to get the Rainmaker back to mid. Okay, now's your opportunity. 3 players are down. Pika just coming right back in. And look at them, all 3 of them pushing up, but half is all the way back there, popping the Rainmaker by themselves. They'll be fine if Chicago can just hold the areas that they're at. The problem is Pika's coming around the back door, but ultimately gets shut down. I believe Chicago actually got the splat right there with the squeezer, and able to get the Rainmaker finally to the pedestal. They have an opportunity right now. 2 more players for Limeade go down, and all these Chicago players are in a great position. It's just really Pika's the last player left alive, throwing fizzies, just trying to stall things out, and Link is just going for it, and they got it.
6 seconds left and getting the lead there. That is going to be very, very vital for Cherry Limeade to pick this up and make every moment count. But what was that? A rogue crab shot getting the pick onto the Rainmaker. Did you see that? You see the crab is still on the map right there.
Yeah, they hogged a loogie across the map, and it landed directly on the Rainmaker, shutting it down.
Oh, what a play. What a shot, yeah.
What a play by Chicago. Able to they were able to shut down the aggression of Cherry Limeade, splatting 3 players, actually getting a bit of a delayed wipe, and they just all held forward. They just instantly said, let's not waste time going to mid and slowly painting our way up. Let's just get into the positions that we know we need to get in and see if something works. We don't have a lot of time to work with. We can't really build up specials. Let's just plant ourselves in the spots we want to be in, even if it's in the enemy ink, and let's just fight 1v1. And it worked out perfectly into their favor. That's Rainmaker for you. And, well, at the end of the day, Chicago was just slightly better when they needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, they had it when it counts. I think just that one moment of weakness can compromise the entire game when Cherry Limeade had, been playing very dominantly, getting in the base, just not quite getting that one push with a really good lead, I think, to it. They had a lot of really good attempts, but not quite, one of them didn't stand out enough to matter there.
Now game 2 going to be Clam Blitz at Scorched Gorge. Scorch, that's a low ink inside joke. We use Scorched Gorge as our vocal warm up before commentary. Is that cringe? Am I being cringe right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Let's just push
I
on
already
past
have like
this.
a list of complaints to deliver after the tournament's over, but I'm glad we get to look at the bracket now. We are seeing Pac-Man is the GOAT, up 1 against SSTK. I don't know who's on SSTK, but you looked at the roster for Pac-Man, I think, already.
Pac-Man is the Q, Baja, Cactus pickup. SSTK is the team we'll talk about in a second after we get done with this game too here. Scorched Gorge, Shiny Boy not in. I wonder if Shiny Boy's just not available, or if they just feel like this is the comp they want to roll with regardless. No changes coming out from the side of either team. Just doubling down with what they used last time.
Yeah, I mean, of course, really interesting to see Lily playing this Splash-O-Matic, but again, I totally get it. It just makes sense. So they are going to be playing a little aggressively, as is normal for them, trying to sort of get this fight engaged with half in these early moments of the game. It's all about clam control this early on, and of course, winning that first fight is going to be good. It's going to be advantageous for you, but if you don't have anything to follow it up with, then it doesn't matter.
Right now it's just a 1v1 for, well, I guess really nothing, because there's not a lot of clams right here. Nick's just kind of soaking up some clams, trying to get anything going so that they can pop the basket. Maybe he says, you know what, I'll take a fight while the rest of my teammates jump right back in here. Ultimately able to pop the basket. Can they get any kind of valuable points out of this, though? Cherry Limeade was able to respond right back in. They were able to build up some specials, force some players back. 2 players from Chicago go down. So really just an empty push. But again, it's just with Clam Blitz, all the stars have to align. Yeah, you got the white, but you had 0 clams, so you can't really do anything. And they're probably going to lose control of mid off of that failed push as well.
Yeah, Pika making the best of a bad situation. As you could see there, everyone on Cherry Limeade actually went down aside from Pika, but Pika actually not backing down, getting 2 picks there, and that is going to ultimately win Cherry Limeade the rest of mid. So we're seeing a whole lot of yellow here. Krim has that Kraken Royale. That could be the start of the push here. They don't even need to house jumps. That is painting the way for them to get in there, but they were able to get around the Kraken. They were able to get that ball back, and that's going to be a ton of clams here. It's definitely going to be the lead for sure, but, again, will this be substantial? Will this matter in the long run? 62 is decent, but it's really not that much when you already have a push down to 80. So, Cherry Limeade and Chicago not really making much of a dent into these points. We'll see how that changes, because Scorched Gorge can go either way very, very quickly. And, it's just going to be ultimately what team... wins that fight in mid.
I like the fact that we just see crabs explode for seemingly no reason. I'm not going to complain about it. I don't think anybody is, unless you're on the side of Chicago. But this is a desperation crab that's instantly just going to get destroyed. How is Nick still alive and able to get a splat off of that? Okay, that's kind of critical. So that crab that was essentially just wasted was ultimately enough to allow Chicago to stall their way back into control of mid. Pika might get splatted right here. No, it's still a trade. How are these always being trades working out into Pika's favor? Regardless, the rest of the Cherry Limeade players are getting splatted, though.
Making a really good job, at least slowing down the members of Chicago getting into the basket here. That's just going to be Link stuck in the Booyah Bomb with just very little clams to follow up with. They are getting these jump-ins here. This could be a very big lead if they're able to extend it. They're getting it down into the 30s. Half is just running back into mid, getting these fights onto Pika, and Cherry Limeade is just going down as much as Chicago is here. They've had a really hard time fending them off so far, and getting it down to 17 is going to be really good, but I don't think it's unbeatable all.
A minute 30 left to go here. Cherry Limeade able to establish control of mid, but Chicago's just winning the fights. They're just winning the 1v1s right now. Mm-hmm. And the Krakens are being used, but that Kraken accomplished nothing. They just kind of danced around mid, and now it's gone. Okay, so Cherry Limeade seems a little bit discombobulated right now, not really using their specials in conjunction with each other. Pika just trying to go in right there. They're able to pop the basket, but they burned so many resources just to do that they have no choice but to retreat without really adding anything substantial in the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is normally Cherry Limeade is really, really well known for making proper team plays. I think maybe just the stress of the game is getting to them a little bit, and they're getting a little bit desperate, worrying about that huge lead that Chicago's sitting on right now. But I think things could be changing here. We are seeing that crab coming out under the basket, gonna get punished once again. Lily is under there, getting that power clam in, spotting out these other clams, but they can't afford to be going down here. Just the bucket on Pika going down. Link is gonna fall off the map. They're still holding up pressure here, but they need more clams. They're not going to be able to get a lead here if they're not able to hold this up any longer.
It's just 2 more clams, and they do have them. Pika's trying to work around this right side, and they're going to have to do it right now, unless they have
need
some
to make
sort
a
of power clam.
Oh, they don't have
think
a
they
kitty
have
anymore.
one.
They used it. They have 4 seconds to make a power. That's got to be it. There's no. Krim was just short by 2. That is going to go to Chicago, and now we're in match point territory.
Chicago, back-to-back games here, getting wins off of clutch moments, either on the offensive end or the defensive end right there, able to withstand an aggressive attempt from Cherry Limeade and hold on to win game 2. These have been really close games. These two, sometimes you look at a score of a match and it's 3-0 and you think, wow, one team just completely curb stomped the other. But you actually go back and you look at these sets and you're like, this could very easily be 2-0 in Cherry Limeade's favor. And now we're going back to a more neutral-ish map and mode that we have in the game right now. Splat zones at Hagglefish Market. Chicago looking to punch their tickets to the double elimination round.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to bring this up partway through that game, but I like how you mentioned that we've been seeing a lot of crab tanks just getting punished, going down, like as soon as they pop the special in the tournament so far. I think the next patch should take it even further. I think that they should make crab tank as weak, if not weaker, than an Inkling itself.
You just wanted to make sure we brought that up yet again.
Yes.
Before we move on. Hey,
I want to see the world burn, and I want to see people have to make the most careful positioning ever to play that special.
No, world burn. The people who want the world burn is why we're in this nonsense to begin with. You know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you Team Chaos?
Yes, I was actually.
Okay, so this is your fault.
Yeah.
Partly.
Yeah, I guess so. I wasn't at the time, I wasn't having any plans of becoming a TO or having to pick map pools or deal with people not agreeing with your map pools. And, now that I'm here, maybe I would have made a different decision, but not really.
Too late. We're stuck. This is the wrong timeline we're in. But it is the timeline where Pika says, I was getting a lot of good trades with that prize slosher, but I need to go back to what kind of makes us Cherry Limeade. I need to use this wiper in conjunction with what Krim usually does on the opposite end with that gal and try to get some splats that way.
Yeah, we are seeing these ink strikes coming out. The zone still capped for Cherry Limeade, despite the fact they were 3 down. Just Ray's going to be stuck here on that right side, going to be eventually picked off here, and that is going to be a swap over to Chicago. As they sort of start holding some control here, we are seeing that Squeezer holding out a special here, popping that Zuka, and once again, getting that pick on the Pika. Things are not looking good so far for Cherry Limeade. Not able to get some footing in the game yet. And you know they are going to have to be playing this very carefully, moving back in here, because at this point they're losing a lot of time. They're going to have to buy a cap just to sort of buy some more time to make something meaningful here. And as we see that, the specials are going to be coming out. Crim with this Kraken here, going to be trying to find a Link.
What the heck was that?
How is Link alive for all of that?
Link literally rode that Kraken like a horse. And now they're going to win the game off of that. Are you serious? All you need to understand is everything you know is wrong. Things just happen in this game. There's no rhyme or reason. Things just happen.
They were like making out. And he didn't die.
What if we hold hands on the enemy side of the map at Hagglefish while the zone is taken down?
What if we held hands on the Wahoo pole?
The Wahoo, oh yeah, great, yeah. Thanks Nintendo for all those polls. They got installed into the game. Wow, Chicago. Okay, so I said this was a close back and forth. That one was anything but that. Chicago just took it to them and just rode Cherry Limeade out of the tournament.
Yeah, I have no comment for that one. That was a very unfortunate set of circumstances. I think just one small little mistake on Hagglefish can lead to that sort of snowballing effect, regardless of the mode. You know, it happens in zones, which is sort of the one mode that I think people feel is immune to snowballing, but Hagglefish will make you question everything in that regard, because it's just so hard to get back in sometimes. If you just mess up 1 or 2 attempts, then chances are something like that is going to happen on your last attempt.
But you know what? It's it goes back to that game 1, where you have that lead and you're dominating the game basically the entire time up until that final last moment, and everything just kind of fell apart in that one game. Now let's bring in somebody who's been paying attention and can break down this entire set. Our analyst, Asti. Asti, what can you tell us from what you just saw there?
Yo, what's good? I watched that entire tournament so far, I promise, and I've been here the whole time just kind of letting you guys carry it down. And what I saw from that set is that Cherry Limeade kind of got messed up in that final game. You know, we saw the Kraken come into play, and I don't know why the Kraken didn't get the kill on that one point, and then everything kind of just fell apart. And you know, I think that's where Chicago came in to get the win with a 3-0, just because of that one shining moment. Because that's all I caught. What's up?
Yeah, that's all you really know.
That's really all you need to see.
God, I did it again.
At least we can refresh you on this bracket here that we have been totally paying. Well, Popgun's been paying attention to it. Sonder, of course, is going to be up 2 against NKT. So we'll likely be seeing them in round 4, which is semifinals. So I love how this. Yeah. Wait, what? If I'm here till like 10 o'clock, what are the other commentators gonna have?
No, we're done. This is it for us.
Are they?
Man,
okay.
What a long block that was, guys.
Sorry,
I put in a
Rissa.
lot of work.
Sorry, Zach.
But you know, no, like we got a little bit of time. The next match is gonna be Nightmare versus Sonder. We can still talk for a little bit.
Probably
There's
Nightmare
nothing wrong with that.
You know, or if we get the reverse sweep, NKT could get the reverse sweep. We never know.
It's not gonna happen.
Whoa, I don't like this.
Whoa.
I don't like this, like, what do you call it? This self-doubt on someone else's team? Like, the point of us running... Popgun, the point of us running a tournament is to see who's going to come out on top and who's going to get that W. And if you just assume who's going to win every single time, then why are we even streaming it?
Okay, but would it be to your point, wouldn't it be negativity if I were to say Nightmare's about to get reverse swept or Sonder's going to get reverse swept?
Everyone likes a underdog story, and you know, of all people here, I should be biased towards Sonder because, like, I've got what's the term in business when you don't work? It's a conflict of interest. Yes.
I was gonna go with nepotism. Yeah.
Cross-contamination.
But no, okay, so fair enough. Nightmare versus Sonder pending, potentially not a given. I'll say this: Ouroboros made their bread and butter in a proving ground tournament. So one of the first tournaments they ever played was a proving grounds. They got all the way to second place, losing to Smoothie in Game 5 of the Grand Final. So Ouroboros plays better in proving grounds than any other tournament. But Nightmare has actually won a proving grounds in the past, so...
And that's like the prestigious tournament on the Friday nights that you can find right here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon every Friday.
Every other Friday.
Other Friday. The Fridays that are not the one Fridays, you know, because there's 2 Fridays. Okay, there's 4 Fridays in a month, sometimes 5, depending on how many days are in there. And then 2 of those Fridays, maybe 3, depending on what's going on, there will be a stream.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Everything you just said.
Yeah. Got you. That's man, what a tournament. But I guess that's gonna be it for us, Popgun? Is that it?
We can, or we could keep talking for a little bit.
Both of you? Is it just gonna be me for the last
Yeah,
set? That was
No,
cool.
it's
Sirens
Zach,
proving ground.
It's Zach and
Sirens
RZA.
proving
Oh.
ground.
It's Zach and RZA coming in next.
Oh, for the next set? Oh,
Yes.
I'm done? Oh,
Yes.
wait.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna be here for another half hour.
You're
It's 9:40.
yeah.
EST.
Like about like
20
to
that's
10-ish.
20 minutes. Okay, you know what? I'll pull up a lobby right now.
Yeah.
Siren, I'm gonna do some solo queue and you can commentate that. How about that?
How would that work? How would Elemental see that?
Okay, I will stream through Discord to Elemental to then take my stream and put it on the stream.
Or
Sounds like a solid plan.
Yeah, I sense nothing wrong with this.
While that's going on, the other match taking place in round 3, Pac-Man, the Pac-Man taking on SSTK. You're asking who that was? Taro, King, Sleepy, Synapse, Synapse.
Oh yes.
I guess you should say. Our number 1 seed. They're currently up 2-1 over Pac-Man, which is Q, Baja, Cactus, and Rhino. Rhino.
Rhino.
I'm not familiar with that.
Rampy?
Me neither.
Oh, actually, Pac-Man just took the L. Everybody's done. Oh, okay.
Wait, is
Next set
Sonder?
is up.
Did Sonder win?
They
Sonder
should-
did win. Yes.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
So,
So, it was just as we predicted. You know, all according to seeding. We got our predictable top 4. All the top 4 seeds coming into this bracket. Now, the true testament is going to be who's going to come out on top. Will it be SSTK? Will the seedings be going all according to Keiku, or will something change it up? You know, maybe we'll get a little bit of a twist here in winter semis.
I thought it was Keikaku.
Keikaku?
Yeah. Keikaku means plan.
What did I say?
Keiku.
It sounds like cake. I kind of want some.
That does sound like cake. I think it is cake.
Yeah. What? Okay, so for cake, what is your guys' favorite like flavor of cake? Like, do you like cherry, strawberry, chocolate? Or...
I don't like normal cake.
So you like fake cake?
I like cheesecake, ice cream cake,
Yo, cheesecake kind of slams. Not gonna lie.
Japanese cheesecake especially. Oh my gosh.
Gotta get me some hunky right now. Looking for some cheesecake after this.
Not the New York privilege allowing you to find food this late at night.
I could literally walk outside my apartment, go across the street, and I can pick up anything I want.
Must be nice.
It is nice. It's incredible, actually. I can't imagine myself anywhere else.
Who is the Japan? It's actually Chicago. So it's not Japan, it's Illinois.
But there are names in Japanese. It says
Yes.
Chicago in Japanese.
Yes.
But
With like
they
a
are-
random heh at the end. I don't know what.
that
I
what
don't
that
know
is?
enough Jap. Yeah, it's like the HE like, but it's usually like the H isn't pronounced. I don't know why that's even there.
You can pronounce the H like, or like, or Or like if it's after a T or something.
Yeah. I don't know why it's there. Yeah, I know. We know it's Chicago.
Oh, great. Maybe we should have ended the stream. My bad. I'll take
You know what? This is what I jump into the call and everything falls apart, and that's part of the course. And coming up next, it's going to be Rissa and Zach, who have just joined the call. What's up, guys?
I mean, all the sets are ready now. We're just we're literally wasting time.
We're literally wasting time.
This is very unorthodox, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's a good word for this. Yes, unorthodox.
Yeah.
But here we are with
The gang's all
5 people in
here.
the DC.
We got Siren with hair, Siren with no hair.
Huh?
Everyone's here. I'm sorry, you
That's
just have to be there, Rosti.
That's
I had to
another.
have been there.
That's Siren's second pop gun related joke that very few people would understand from the same Riptide tournament, actually.
Yeah.
From last year.
Second time tonight.
I'll
Don't worry, Elemental. I will give you the context from earlier since you
Oh
asked.
my god!
I'll watch season
The
1 and I'll figure it
context
out.
for
You know.
that.
Yeah.
Like I gotta get caught
Alright.
up on the episodes. I'm not
I
up there yet.
think should head out. I don't think I want to
Yes.
be like, you can find me here, because I say it every week, but you can find me there. See it on the screen. That's where yeah. Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Not really.
Okay.
It's
Awesome.
All right.
Xavier versus
Good
Sonder
job,
then.
team.
Have fun. Good luck, teams.
And here is Rizza and Shiny Hunter Zach to take us through the top 4 double elimination bracket. Welcome in, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
That was quite the entrance that we got. Love it.
Yeah, very funny to see the the impromptu TriCast, as it were, take over for a little bit. Got some interesting discourse and discussion, not just about the tournament either.
You know, we heard about Popgun being bald. We heard about cake.
Preferences, dude. Yep. Some cheesecake versus regular cake versus ice cream cake? Question mark.
Yeah.
But speaking of things that are a little bit different, I think the formatting for this tournament has been a little different. A few formats have been tested out, of course, for this tournament series, Improving Grounds, but we have what is essentially single elimination all the way up to what we have now, where it does become double elimination, but just for these top 4 teams.
Yeah, I really like that this tournament in general is kind of experimenting with the different brackets, and it really, I feel like, fine-tuning what works best for these teams that are going to be playing this on Friday night, seeing what is fastest, seeing if people like the fast version versus games taking a little bit longer. And I really like this one so far. You know, top 4 here that we're going to be moving into next and watching is double elimination, so we will be able to watch these teams, you know, go through a little bit of the bracket more than they have previously.
Yeah, the adaptability factor is super important, and that will continue to be the case as we will eventually get into our first match here of top 4 winners round 1. The 2 and 3 seeds was mentioned earlier on the broadcast that yet again this feels like a constant almost for Proving Grounds, especially that the way the seeding has worked out has stayed consistent all the way up to the end of the tournament. So we have the 2 and 3 here. The 1v4 are going to be taking place SSTK versus Chicago, or to Chicago, as some folks in chat have pointed out. Extraneous to this set that we're going to be watching, but I also love going back to the beginning part of it being single elimination. Still, you have best of 5 in those scenarios, so they get to play those full games. But in losers, it will be a little bit more tenuous. We'll have the best of 3 there, so as long as you can stay on the winner's side, you'll get to play more games and really get to feel out the matchup between your opponent and really hopefully show some good sets here on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love to, this is only top 4. And so, these teams have a little bit more time to really hone in on who their opponents are and really focus up on who they need to fight. And I'm sure a lot of these players and teams have played against each other. So they, going into this are familiar with each other. And since there's only 4 of them, they can really pinpoint what strategies they want moving forward in this bracket too.
Yeah, and neither of these teams has had a particularly tough time of it, at least on the scoreboard. All of their sets being clean sweep 3-0s up to this point. Nightmare is the second seed, being one of 2 teams to be given a bye in the first round, but then defeating Sanctuary and Ouroboros, who kind of stormed the scene, I think, back in January with a pretty solid performance in a previous tournament. And then for Sonder, of course, they play round 1. They defeat the number, I think, 30 seed, all the way going up to the second round, defeating Square Up 3-0, and then NKT Definitivo, which is another team that we see frequently in these mid-level tournaments. So very, very fascinating to see 2 teams always that are kind of coasting on the scoreboard through their sets, or have that talent really have that sort of come to a head here in our top 4 in this case.
And Nightmare, of course, we're very familiar with them here at IPL. You know, they are consistently placing really well in SOS, which is the Wednesday weekly tournament that IPL holds, and then also consistently placing well, you know, in Proving Grounds, in Squid Junction, you know, any tournament that they're in. They're always just consistently, generally in the top 3. So they are a really, really strong team that we are pretty familiar with here. So looking at this matchup, when I see Nightmare versus Sonder, Sonder just recently came back. They were a Splatoon 2 strong team that was performing really, really well. And then at the beginning of Splat 3, they disappeared for a little while. You know, we weren't really sure if they were coming back. And then boom, all of a sudden, I think it was like maybe 2 months ago, they announced that they were back. And this is their roster that we see here on stream. And I'm actually really excited to see them play, because this is going to be the first time I've personally get to see them play.
Yeah, certainly a couple of familiar faces on this roster. I think Shy 3K and Birch probably stand out to me the most. And Nightmare, I think, as a team going up against them, has been in these tournaments pretty consistently, and they've kind of held these top 2 to 3 seeds not infrequently as well. And from a map pool perspective, we're going to be starting off with Splat Zones on Mako Mart. So a pretty well-liked, I think, map and mode combination. Of course, in the most recent, not the most recent patch, because there was a 3.0.1 that just happened recently to correct a minor notification error. But in 3.0, some changes being made to, I think, for the most part, cut off sightlines and make those long sort of sniper perch type areas a little bit more difficult to navigate. You know, videos pretty quickly surfaced on Twitter and YouTube of still being able to get around those or peek somebody's feet and splat them there. But otherwise, I think this is still going to make it just a little bit tougher if you plan to bring any long range. But from what we've seen through this tournament, it's been kind of few and far between in that regard.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like the meta right now, I mean, in Splatoon 3 so far, it seems like it's consistently been, you know, an anchorless type comp, you know, of course with anchored comps mixed in. But right now, with the current updates and everything like that, it seems like anchorless comps have been really, really prevalent. And of course, looking at a team like Nightmare, they do not run an anchor. So they are an anchorless comp. They play really, really aggressive, really, really fast. And against the team versus Sonder, you know, I've typically known Shy 3K to be an anchor player, charger player, and utilize that range. But I've been so surprised seeing different players switch up to completely different weapons in this game so far. So that's what makes it really exciting to see what Sonder's going to come out with in terms of their comp. And like you said, Zach, looking at this first map and mode that we're going into, Splat Zone's Mako Mart, Splatoon 2 favorite that was consistently played in Splatoon 2. Now we're getting to see it a lot again in Splatoon 3. And I think, you know, teams really like that familiarity of having those Splatoon 2 maps that they have played a lot on already.
Yeah, you bring up a lot of good points. I mean, we did see at least one anchor weapon in a previous set, that being the Tri-Stringer, but those picks tend to be not too frequent these days, although the weapons that we've gotten in the most recent swath of Sheldon's picks, as it were, we got to see debuted a little bit from teams like Cherry Limeade, bringing out things like the Tri-Saucer Nouveau. We got to see, of course, one of the more favored weapons that has come with this new suite of weapons, the 96 Gal Deco, which, despite the complaints some folks may have about the main weapon itself, the kit is quite nasty. So let's get into it here. Game 1 between Nightmare and Sonder here on Mako Mart. And checking out the comps, it does appear that there are at least one of those weapons, that being the Tri-Saucer Nouveau, being held by Birch.
Yeah, and speaking of anchorless comps, looking at these two comps, not an anchor in sight. A lot of close range here. And looking at Sonder's comp too, you know, having a wiper, having that Tri-Nouveau, like you mentioned, the T-Tech and the machine. And before we could even look at Nightmare's comp, that is a complete wipeout onto Nightmare. Sonder here just taking space, taking the zone instantly, getting in positions for defense.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting start there. You can see just how blue the map is, and it can be tough to get out of spawn here. You have a ink rail to sort of get you out a little bit, but that only takes you around the sniper perch. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1 here as the Tri-Nouveau will go down. They get to pop their Tacticooler. It's going to be the sloshing machine looking for a couple picks, but they will settle for getting their health back. They have the Booyah Bomb at the ready, and they're going to have to pop it soon because the zone is already halfway past gone.
Yeah, getting that zone all the way down to 30 points for Sonder. I mean, they are just consistently holding the zone, and you can see too, they're not pushing up too far. They're just sitting back, throwing those fizzy bombs, using that chip damage of the machine, the fizzy bomb, throwing any bombs that they have, torpedoes, anything. And just like that, we didn't even really necessarily get to see what Nightmare could do because the zone has completely counted down all the way down to 0, and Sonder is going to be taking that game 1 in a very dominant fashion.
Man, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a quicker start than that. Very, very strong performance there from Sonder getting the victory, I believe. So they will start 1-0 in the set. We'll go next to Tower Control Sturgeon, but Rissa, a little difficult to glean all that much from such a quick, emphatic game between these two, but you have to look at the comps. There are some similarities, as you mentioned. No anchor role present. You have some similarities in the Booyah Bomb being present as well, but when you have folks like Henlo on that Splatana wiper and essentially camping the jump down, no wonder it was difficult for Nightmare to engage in that scenario.
Yeah, and since the spawn there on Splat Zone's Macomar is so close to that first drop, I mean, you could see Sonder knew that it was so close, and they were just throwing everything they had at that drop, not letting anyone from Nightmare even be comfortable, even get in a position to paint for their special, really. Eventually, Nightmare was able to get some specials and throw them at the zone there that we saw. We saw that Tri-Strike, we saw the Booyah Bomb come out, but you could see just the presence and pressure that Sonder was able to put on with that machine. The torpedoes, I mean, like you said, the wiper at the drop, the fizzy bombs, they were not letting Nightmare even have room to breathe and get comfortable there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Nightmare, I think this map and mode, the map especially, is not too dissimilar from what we just saw on Macomar. There are some tight corners and hallways. There's some pretty lofty drop down options, but not a ton of super easy ways or unpredictable ways to get back into mid, even if that tower does go back to a mid starting point. So they're going to need a much quicker start. Looking at Nightmare's comp from the last time, you know, they had the 52. That could be something that is nice on tower control specifically when they're stuck at a checkpoint to sort of clear house. But you may, again, want to think about swapping that for something like the 96 Deco, where you get a little bit more range, even though it's not that accurate. And of course, the Kraken has already emerged as one of the best specials for contesting the tower at basically any point.
I've seen in, you know, the past week where this Kraken has been out, that has been tower control. You see that consistently played for tower control. And looking at these two teams coming out for game 2 of this set, we see the comps come out, and the main switch up we do see is for Nightmare here, switching off that 52 gal and actually opting to have a double splash this time around.
You know, I don't think it's too bad a pick. You have, if you look at the weapons that Sonder's bringing, they stick on the wiper, which has the ultra stamp. That, of course, has the propensity to do a good bit of damage to a crab, but if they stay far enough away, which if you see at the top of your screen, Pelu seems to be doing a pretty nice job of, then it's not too much danger there. But it is going to be Sonder getting the first push of the tower. Toast barely staying alive on the bottom of your screen and getting the pick onto Storm. It's going to be Pelu now looking for the second as Toast picks up 2, and they hold the fort down as what looks like the end of a push ends up being maybe the start of another one for Sonder.
I love that Toast is just consistently holding down this right side. People our members of Nightmare were trying to, you know, take that right side, play that together, and work together to push that right side, but Toast on that machine was just not letting them take any space. The jump-ins came in, and now Sonder is on the tower, is already through that first checkpoint, and you can see Scrub there was trying to get as many points as they possibly could. Does get called out there, but that is so important for Sonder to get past that first checkpoint. That is going to make it a lot easier for them in the future if they start to push again.
Yeah, and briefly returning to the point of their composition, right? They have the map control in mid now. They've got one of their crabs and a Booyah Bomb at the ready. The crabs may not be in too significant a danger, and because Saunders brought back the Definitivo, that's one special that is less dedicated now to taking out the crab tank. So maybe that gives you a little bit more leeway there. Unfortunately, both of their Splash-O-Matic users get taken out early, so they'll get to 79 just in front of that checkpoint, but it's not going to do much. And just like that, again, the map control is shifted back in Saunders' favor. Hanlo now just kind of hanging out in mid, not really pressing too much of the advantage or trying to push the issue so much as they bait out the triple ink strike from the 10 attack. And so far, even with that special usage and Nightmare hanging on to two others, not too much forward momentum yet for Nightmare.
This synergy that we're getting to see from Sonder is so good. You could see that they are, you know, essentially just trying to bait out specials and then get picks after that, and that's exactly what they were able to do there. But in all that time that it did take to do that, their 3 members of Sonder did go down, and now they are jumping back into mid to Scrub here. But, you know, even though they did have 3 members go down, they were able to just consistently hold mid here. And you can see Nightmare is trying to do everything they can to get back into mid, but just once again, that synergy coming out from Sonder is looking really good right now.
As we check out the objective view here, once again, both Splash-O-Matics were out of commission there, so they're going to be far away from their crab tanks as Sonder makes the push, their best push of the game thus far, up to the remaining checkpoint. One's going to go down. It's going to be the sloshing machine, but it's a 3-down situation on Nightmare as their last hope, I believe, is Pelu, who's dueling the Wiper, but it's going to be an odd man advantage as Scrub now starts to press that drop down. Multiple splats to end the game. They get a couple of assists, and the rest of the team takes over, and after a little bit of pushback from Nightmare, Sonder continues their dominant run with yet another game victory, putting them one away from advancing to the grand final, or to round 2 rather. And so far it has been a completely one-sided set, despite a relatively unchanged composition here from Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare, you know, just having that one weapon switch up as we moved into that game too, maybe trying to utilize having a double crab and utilize that range, but once again, it felt a lot like that first game we watched where Sonder was not necessarily letting Nightmare have any room to breathe, have any room to get their specials ready to get in positions to use the specials. It seemed like Sonder was just taking space really fast and once again not letting Nightmare breathe at all.
Now, as we mentioned, Sturgeon and Makomart, at least the ways they're laid out for these modes, not too dissimilar. This could be an opportunity as we move to Game 3 with Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. With Rainmaker specifically, the map becomes more open. You know, you don't have as tall of a tower in mid because it's a little bit lower to get the Rainmaker shield popped and pick it up. And then you have those ramps to get up to your opponent's platform or valley, as it were, because it dips down and then back up the ramp to eventually dunk that Rainmaker. Now, for Rainmaker, of course, most teams opt to take it to the right-hand side where that initial ramp is and dunk it there. And that's where, for both teams, you're going to need those specials that can provide that presence in front of the pedestal. You could have the Booyah Bomb. You know, we've seen the 10 attack come out. The triple ink strikes could be really strong with that. But as you mentioned, will we see any sort of compositional change from Nightmare, or will they stick to what they have been using that's been so successful for the rest of the tournament, but just hasn't worked out in these first 2 games against Sonder?
That can be so tricky when, you know, you've already done essentially the whole tournament and been very comfortable with the comp that you've been running, and it's been working really well. And then all of a sudden, you're up against a new team, and you have to, on the fly, figure out, okay, what do we need to do? Do we need to switch up our comp, or do we need to switch up our weapons? What exactly is going to be needed moving forward against this team. And speaking of moving forward against this team, we are headed into game 3 of this set, so this could potentially be match point if Sonder is able to win this. And looking at these comps as well, we are seeing both teams sticking with the same comps.
Yeah, there are going to be some good places. As you can see, Pelu on the top right of your screen just there was using jumps down, though, to try and get a pick. They help, I think, with an assist on that to give yourself a little bit more range. Of course, both these teams not having a traditional anchor, weapon, or player, so they'll get the opportunity because of that, actually, to push the Rainmaker first. You hear the Inkzooka come out as well. The Trizooka going to try and do some work here as Pelu sharking to see if they can get something done, but the Rainmaker will fall behind them, and they get spotted out as well. What could have been a great first push ends in disasters. 3 go down, and now Sonder's turn to shine.
Sonder here able to take the lead, and you can see that they are playing for this first checkpoint. Scrub here throwing out some Rainmaker shots. We see the Booyah Bomb come out, creating a lot of space for Sonder to be able to push forward. Scrub here actually grabs the Rainmaker too to push it further, even past that first checkpoint, getting their score all the way down to 46. The defense right now from Nightmare is looking pretty good. They have to play this really carefully, though, because this could spiral really fast.
Yeah, that was close. I'm amazed Pelu was able to survive there with the Rainmaker blast. A couple of members were able to jump to the rest of their team, and they're still going. They're toast, picking the Rainmaker up and continuing to push. And again, you just need one member that's staying slightly out of sight and close enough to the Rainmaker for a push to carry on. It looks like it will finally end. They expend the crab, Nightmare does, to make sure that it ends, and it looks like they will just let that Rainmaker go away, come back to mid, and have that Rainmaker shield popped again. They lose one member, though, early, though, so yet again for Nightmare, it's a bit of a tenuous point.
I really like the way that Sonder, you know, it was Scrub there in mid. Members of Sonder were able to jump in because there was still a lot of that pink paint in mid. And now, once again, Sonder is taking control of mid, grabbing the Rainmaker and starting to push forward. Nightmare just needs to, you know, maybe get some specials ready right now. They do have a crab at the ready, and that is going to be the only thing that could potentially stop this push, as Scrub is pushing the Rainmaker further, gets the Rainmaker all the way down from 46 to 20 for Sonder.
Yeah, the movement in this game is just truly impressive sometimes. First, we saw Storm just kind of rolling around, doing whatever defensive efforts that they could provide. And then, of course, Scrub getting all the way from 46 up to 20. We see the Booyah Bomb come out. Also, Verge going to be picking up the Rainmaker, getting an extra point after popping that Tacticaler, but they will fall. But the push is nowhere near done. Scrub and Toast still around. Scrub going to get it all the way up to 16. They're just taking it little by little. They're going to lose 3, but they're also killing the clock here. This is exactly what they need to do. The Rainmaker, again, it looks like Nightmare's either going to have to jump off with it or take it all the way through their plat, which is always a killer on your Rainmaker timer. Again, you just having 60 seconds before you explode with that weapon.
Storm here just gonna take this Rainmaker and use these shots to try and create space for Nightmare. You can see I really like that they were able to use a crab there on that left bridge. That is gonna create them a lot of space. Unfortunately, Storm carrying the Rainmaker does go down, but that was able to create a lot of space for Nightmare. And unfortunately, 3 members of Nightmare do go down, so they weren't able to, you know, capitalize off of that push that they had started there and get to that first checkpoint. The defense from Sonder was looking really, really good there. Their synergy once again showing through, and they worked together to completely stop the Rainmaker. Rainmaker has reset into mid, and now Sonder knows that they have a really strong lead. They just need to make sure that Nightmare can't push that Rainmaker.
And as we mentioned, the Rainmaker currently not going anywhere. As Sonder putting up a great defensive effort as well, not just an offensive team. Pelu is going to be the last surviving member for the moment, but they will go down shortly after getting a pick. So once again, Scrub going to be the Rainmaker carrier that pushes forward. They don't have to worry about this pedestal, that first checkpoint, after already clearing it once. So it's going to be Toast and the rest of Sonder trying to clear a path or get any early picks, while Scrub gets some parting shots on that right-hand side sniper perch. 3 specials on the side of Nightmare. Do they elect to use them here? All 4 of them now. Pelu will be using one, at least. The Crab Tank getting melted down just as quickly as it comes in. The triple Ink Strike now, as they're starting to realize the timer is going a bit faster than they would like, and so far it's not resulted in stopping this Rainmaker carry.
Scrub is just holding this Rainmaker here. They know that they don't need to push the Rainmaker anymore since they already have that strong lead. They know that they are just letting Nightmare use those specials that they could have used for their own push and just stalling this Rainmaker, getting picks with that. Their team just throwing out those bombs that they have too to add to that chip damage. Super smart and super patient plays coming out from Sonder there is gonna be them taking that set, winning the set 3-0.
Man, and there is a difference between trying to get picks and just absolutely being one of the more dominant offensive forces with the objective, which is exactly what Scrub was doing there for Sonder, getting a couple of picks, I think, again, on that top right-hand entryway for Nightmare. So they do a fantastic job. They cap off what was an emphatic set, winning 3-0 and advancing on to round 2 of our top 4 here and sending Nightmare to losers. Again, if you were not here previously, this is the only portion of Proving Grounds 8 that has a secondary bracket to it, or a losers bracket. So Sonder will move on, as we mentioned, to round 2. The winner of that winners round 2 will be your first team in grand finals, and then of course whoever loses that next game will be moving down as one of the automatic qualifiers of losers finals. Nightmare, though, will have to fight their way through, and as we look at the other game on screen here, Sonder may not be the only team to pull off an upset by seeding. You can see Chicago, or 2 Chicago, currently up 2-1 over our number 1 overall seed SSTK. So we'll have to see how the rest of that match unfolds. Again, best of 5 for this one, but as they move into losers, it'll be best of 3, and the stakes will be that much higher.
Ooh, and looking at these rosters too, you know, this is the first time I really looked at the rosters of the other teams that are playing there, that we get to see the score there on stream. Chicago, of course, was on the stream right before this set with Half, Link, Nick, and Chicago, and then the other team has some familiar faces that I haven't get to see around: Taro, Keen, Synapse, and Sleepy. So that has got to be a really, really good set that's going on over there, and that score definitely shows it. And speaking of a really good set, it looks like Chicago was able to take that set all the way to Game 4 and win it 3-1 over SSTK. Now that means that Chicago will be up against Sonder in round 2.
Yeah, kind of these teams to bolster the seeding ego, as it were, of Proving Grounds and the IPL staff, at least up until top 4. So all of the top 4 teams make it, and that's when everything goes wild, as both underdog teams by seeding make it in to winners round 2 as part of top 4. Round 1 in the losers bracket will be Nightmare versus SSTK, which means in that best of 3, we will be losing one of the top 2 seeds in this tournament. So very interesting twists and turns here for the top portion of our tournament, and it looks as though we may be going on to watch Sonder versus Chicago, or 2 Chicago. And as you mentioned, Rissa, we got to see their play earlier in the tournament against Cherry Limeade, and they looked quite strong.
Yeah, they did look really, really strong against Cherry Limeade, and that always makes it exciting when you think about how good a team looked on stream previously, and then getting to see, which we got to watch Sonder play on stream too, look really, really good. So that means getting to see these 2 heavyweights of the night playing against each other. They were both previously performing really, really well on stream. That means that we are leading up to, I'm guessing, a really, really good set.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think Chicago, or 2 Chicago, had the double splash comp as well at their disposal, and they were going up against that kind of crazy but very interesting Cherry Limeade composition that also featured what Sonder has, which is that Tri-Slosher Nouveau. I'm going to keep bringing it up because I love the Tri-Slosher, but it's also pertinent to the tournament, so I have an excuse. But versus Cherry Limeade, they go up against the Tri-Nouveau, they go up against the 96 Deco, and I believe they go up against the Tri-Stringer as well. So facing an Anchor and 2 brand new weapons, including one with a somewhat new, at least in Splatoon 3, and quite devastating special in that Kraken Royale. But for Sonder, they, of course, made quick work of that set. Will they have as strong of luck as we get into our winners round 2 for top 4? And if we take a look at the maps real quick, for winners round 2 will still be best of 5, again, because we are on the winner's side of the bracket. And it will start, Rissa, with tower control on Eeltail Alley.
Starting on tower control, Eeltail. This map in particular, I feel like it can just get really, really chaotic, and it can spiral really, really fast if you are not paying attention, having your defensive specials ready, having your defense set up after that first checkpoint. It can definitely spiral if you are not ready, if you continue to have members go down. So getting to see the synergy that we got to watch previously with Sonder, and then Chicago also doing really well against Cherry Limeade. I'm so interested to see how these teams will play this, because it can absolutely spiral out of control really fast. And I always learn something from teams like this, where you just see the way that they know how to play around each other and play so well off of each other. So this will be a good map to start on and see really how these two teams will play, and, you know, make situations for themselves, take on challenges together. This will be a good map to start that on.
Yeah, I think the difference in Eeltail Alley on Turf War versus Eeltail Alley on some of the ranked modes, where you have the bridge that in Turf War goes all the way overhead and is a great vantage point for anchor players and weapons that, of course, we haven't seen that much of this tournament, sort of gets cut in the middle and segmented by the objective. And so you now have, you know, that sort of overhead bridge that's still good for something like a kraken, or sorry, not a kraken, but a crab to use and have that longer range and be able to have the good sightlines as well. And then you have those weapons that like to shark around, that like to be a little bit more sneaky and aggressive when they, I'm thinking of something like the Splatana Wiper that we saw earlier. And of course, the shooter class weapons like the Splattershot or Tenatech or Splashomatic that we are bound to see at least some of. So lots to think about as we get into our first game here. It's winners round 2 between Chicago and Sonder.
And looking at Sonder's comp right away, they are running the same thing that we just saw previously on stream against their set versus Nightmare. And then looking at Chicago's comp, like Zach mentioned, we do see the double splash come out with a machine and squeezer. So let's look at what's going to happen here as both of these teams are starting to paint around, get their specials, see who can get specials first, and maybe get that upper hand.
We see the Trizuka coming out first. We'll look to do some damage. Scrub scaring off one number there on right, but not quite getting the KO. They'll look to push forward, and there's exactly that bridge I was talking about. He who controls the bridge controls the world in this case, and Chicago uses that to their advantage to get the splat. Looking for another one as the Booyah Bomb was going to get charged. They'll throw it right where I think one team member was sort of running for cover. They try and fire some shots on the tactical, but they don't really find any targets because they've already forced a 3-down situation. So looks like Chicago, the player in this case, forcing and providing some long-range cover here in lieu of something like a crab, which their team composition does not possess.
Nick, you're going to be able to use the crab above the tower and just poke at anywhere that Sonder would be funneling out of their spawn from. And that is just, I love the way that Chicago is just chaining their specials here. And I mean, I don't even really have time to talk about what's going on, because just like that, they have completely KO'd the tower. It seemed like they were just using one special and then they would have another special ready and then another, and just chaining the specials like that allowed them to completely KO that tower and take that game 1 really, really definitively.
Yeah, Sonder with no crab on their team, having a difficult time playing at range there. It can be so difficult to get back into the fight when you're all coming back from spawn. We saw them try and use that Booyah Bomb at the end there, but to no avail. A little bit too little too late as Chicago getting game number 1. And again, it comes down to the early picks, right? You mentioned who was going to get their special first, and we saw a crab come out, but just as quickly we saw the Trizuka come out on the side of Chicago, and that both scares off those specials because of how much damage most specials can do now to Crab Tank after multiple nerfs, but also just the ability to spot out and force back players that think they found either a high ground or advantageous position. So I mentioned Chicago, the player who was on the squeezer there. They get that early pick. It helps them to take over the tower. They have their teammates come back in and help by throwing the Booyah Bomb in front of the tower. So that provides you with cover from any low or bottom elevation attacks, and all that leaves you with is somebody who might be coming up onto that bridge, or folks who are behind the bridge trying to, again, build their special like the sloshing machine with their Booyah Bomb. But as they're getting the picks, it's too little in terms of the special charge. They're not able to build it up before they're having to get into these 1v1 or even odd man engagements. So Chicago, fantastic job of creating those opportunities. We'll see if in Game 2 on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, they can keep that offensive up.
Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, a lot of times it can play almost similar to Eel Tail in a way. You know, it's a really long map, similar to Eel Tail, and if you are not paying attention, it can spiral out of control once you get the Rainmaker past that first checkpoint, if your defense is not there, because like Eel Tail, right at the end there, the objective ends right at your spawn, and if you are not careful, you will not have that space and area to paint for special. So moving into this next game, I'm sure Sonder's gonna know what they did wrong in that first game. Going into this, okay, knowing what they did wrong, they're gonna come out with 3 splashes this time. Sonder switching up their comp quite a bit, so they said, okay, we don't have any crabs. Guess what? We're gonna come out with 3 of them. And then on the other side, Chicago keeping that same comp that we saw from game 1.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there is no Meeb. We're going full crab, and 3 is certainly larger than 2. His Scrub looks to be taking an early crab fight. They get some pressure onto the right-hand side of the map here. Right is going to not usually be the preferred pedestal, I think, on this map. Most teams tend to take it left and go sort of what seems like the long way around, but you have that unequal bridge, you have the ramp all the way up to the pedestal, and that provides your team with multiple team fight opportunities. They are able to get the checkpoint there, so Chicago again taking the lead. Toast trying to find a favorable engagement, but just not having the range to do so. Link, I think, running out of ink there at the bottom of your screen, so that will stop the initial push, but once again, it's Chicago with the hot start.
Chicago seems to really play very fast at the beginning of these games, and Sonder here was actually able to slow down a little bit there. Even though the Rainmaker did get to the first checkpoint for Chicago, Sonder was able to regroup, get the point they needed, and then continue to have these crabs at the ready, as we see 2 of them on the playing field right now. And now Birch, in control of the Rainmaker, is going to start pushing it, trying to at least get to that first checkpoint. But with 2 specials from Chicago, Birch here actually has to back up and try and wait out these specials. But that Inkzuka comes out and just completely shuts down Sonder's push.
Yeah, that was the definition of throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the Rainmaker in this case. As I counted, all 4 specials from Chicago being used in the effort to stop that. I think the patience was actually really good, but that 4th special and the shot from the Inkzuka is what ended up doing them in. Now they use the Booyah Bomb for the ability to push forward here as half. Going to use that to get up. Link going down, but they still have the time, the momentum, and the map pressure to push forward. One going behind them, trying to get some pushes here, trying to get the KO. It's a little bit too late as they'll get all the way to 32 right in front of the uninkable walkway. And yet again, Chicago pressuring up, getting the lead, and Link unabashedly picking it up to carry it almost all the way through that walkway from 32 to 19.
Ooh, they were like, okay, I'm just gonna get my score down as much as I possibly can, and then actually in doing that, getting the score down even more, that allowed more members of Chicago to come up here on the left side of the map, and they are doing such a good job at utilizing the space that they have and not letting go of any pressure that they have. Finally, that crab comes out from Toast. That last member of Chicago there dives on the Rainmaker to almost dunk the Rainmaker, completely ending the game. But Sonder was there to stop that. Now Sonder here, you can see they're pushing into mid, trying to get the paint that they need. And having one member go down, they're having to play it really carefully, try to save their crabs, but trades happen just back and forth. Rainmaker resets here, so let's see what happens with the Rainmaker reset and some specials at the ready.
Yeah, you look at what happens when a team like Chicago has that never say die attitude, right? Scrub had to hang all the way back by the Rainmaker, even though their plan was to let it get reset back to mid, just to make sure that a member of Chicago hadn't gotten behind them somehow to get that last remaining point for the KO. Regardless, they'll get the Rainmaker next anyway. Yet again, it's going to be half as the carrier. Link going to be sending the Booyah Bomb, and it looks like it's going to get one of the many Splash-O-Matics that are on Sonder's team, all of which who have now gone down. Link going to be trying to pop that Rainmaker shield and take advantage here, but they don't even need any more progress or the KO if they don't want it, but they do need to be eating up the clock here, which is exactly what they're doing quite well.
That's exactly what I was going to mention too. You can see that Chicago knows the more that they hold the Rainmaker for themselves, the harder it's going to be for Sonder to even get the Rainmaker for themselves. So Sonder here is just continuously having to play on defense. And if you look at the top left of the stream, half there is actually flanking around, all the way around, maybe gonna try to grab the Rainmaker. You can see Scrub is right there guarding the Rainmaker. Scrub consistently having to stay back, like Zach mentioned, and guard that Rainmaker, because sneaky things just like that can happen. So now in the last 30 seconds of this, Sonder knows that they just need to get in a position to get a push going. They have one member go down, but they do have two crabs at the ready. So let's see if they're able to do anything with this.
Yeah, Scrub truly was the overly cautious hero in another world there, and it paid off to make sure that they weren't going to get KO'd, at least at that point. Sonder picking up the Rainmaker in what could very well be the final push of the game, but they've already lost two of their teammates. It's just them and one of the Crab members ready. They have it, but they lose the Rainmaker, and that's going to end the push. What could have been aided there by the one Crab tank remaining alive does not end up getting popped. Instead, the Rainmaker gets popped by Chicago, and that is going to result in yet another game win for a team that has looked next to unbeatable against a team that we thought was next to unbeatable in their previous game.
Like I was talking about when this started, Sonder looked so good in the previous set that we got to watch on stream. They seemed like they were just consistently playing off of each other really well, but versus Chicago here, Chicago seems like they are the ones here having the upper hand and playing off of each other really, really nicely. That game, of course, didn't result in an instant KO like we saw from game one, so there was definitely some improvements on Sonder's side. And as we go into the next game, game 3, which will be Clan Blitz on Macomart, this is match point Chicago. If they win this, they will be moving on to grand finals, so this is match point for Sonder, for them to figure out what they need to do differently versus this team.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this is best of 5, of course. The winner moving on to grand finals, the loser moving on directly to losers finals to take on the winner of Nightmare and SSTK, with the latter being up 1-0. The number 1 overall seed, SSTK, currently up 1-0 on Nightmare, now 2-0. So that is going to be it, as the losers bracket being best of 3. They will move on and take on the loser of our winners round 2 set here. So the stakes, of course, quite high. You want to have that bracket, or that bye rather, right into grand finals, especially coming from the winner's side, so that if there happens to be a bracket reset, you get that second chance. But taking a look here at the map and mode combination, going to Clan Blitz, if you think maybe range or too large of a map area to try and cover might be the issue, if you're afraid of Chicago pulling more of those crazy flanks that we saw from folks that were trying to get the Rainmaker that much further, it's condensed a little bit, especially on Clan Blitz here, because the two barriers and baskets are so close to each other relatively in mid.
Looking at these comps here, headed into game 3, Sonder resorting back to the previous comp that we've seen them run in the past set and in the first game. And then on the other side, Chicago, again, sticking with that same comp that they are really, really comfortable with. And actually, as these teams start to fight in mid here, Chicago usually gets the upper hand and plays really, really fast and really aggressively. Looks like Sonder this time is going to be that team getting the upper hand, taking down 3 members of Chicago and creating all this space. You can see that Scrub is this weighing because they know that they need to hurry up and make a pity clam if they want to continue this momentum they have and open up this basket.
Yeah, this is the age-old argument of do you go with the meta or do you go with what your team knows best? And it looks like for Sonder, at least at this start here, the latter has provided more benefits. They've been able to sow an early basket break and get almost to the halfway point. Not only that, they forced the full wipeout on Chicago. So can they find the clams to keep this one going? The timer getting out there, Scrub able to get one clam in. It looks like another throw was just barely missed. And so unfortunately for Sonder, they'll be backed off. But what a great start, arguably their best start of the set so far, and it all starts with that 3-down situation followed by the wipeout after the pop.
Now that Sonder was able to get their push in, they do have 2 members down, but the last 2 remaining members seem like they're doing a good job at keeping the space that they have. Toast, unfortunately, does go down there on the top left of the screen, but Birch here is just trying to hold space. Actually, Birch jumping back to play a little bit more with their teammates, wait out these specials that are coming out from Chicago. Now, Chicago going to be the team that is getting a complete wipe onto Sonder. They just need to throw these clams around to make that power clam to score that in, and they are able to make that power clam, but they do have one member go down, and it looks like they tried to throw that clam in initially, did miss it, but Link was right there to score that power clam in and at least open the basket for Chicago.
Yeah, the shoe appeared to be on the other Inkling foot, and the push not quite done is yet again a member of Chicago able to extend the objective further than initially imagined. Just by a few clams, though, they tried to get one more attack in. It looks like they had another power clam ready, but it just misses, just as mistimed there, and they're stuck at 71. Link now going to be using the Booyah Bomb, gets pretty close to hitting Birch and Henlo, but they'll back off just in time, and you have to give Sonder some credit. Their defensive play in that instance showing up where it might not have in the first 2 games, and they keep the lead as a result.
Looks like Sonder is playing a little bit more closer to each other this game. Of course, this map is more condensed, but Sonder just making sure that they're grouping up and seeing the same things, taking the same fights as they move forward. This Zuka comes out from Scrub and actually gets a pick onto one of the splashes on Chicago, and Scrub is going to just utilize that space they created, run up, get a trade, and also open up the basket with that power clam. There is not any other members from Sonder there to follow up that push, but the remaining members of Sonder are coming back, getting ready to play defense and trying to hold the space that they do have.
Yeah, I suppose you keep the same mindset there of any movement on the objective while you have the lead also kills a bit of the clock. And not only that, but they get the pick onto Link there, I think, right after, or right before rather, going down. So they do a little bit on their penalty, not really pushing their actual timer down or their number here, but on the opposite side of things, Chicago will start chipping away their penalty and getting it down to 65. They lose both of their splashes, though. They're going to have a couple of clams at their disposal, but they are nowhere near the basket. So yet again, they are set back, and with just over a minute left to go, but a nice double kill there, or double splat, that is going to be a good opportunity for Chicago maybe to try and get some clams here in the final minute and take this lead.
Yeah, with only one member remaining up of Sonder, Toast there on the machine did have to back up, but that actually gained them a lot of space and a lot of time because the remaining members of Sonder are already here in this yellow paint, pushed up. Scrub here jumps in and actually tries to score that power clam in, but does miss it, unfortunately. Toast is right here, though, sharking with Birch. They are... I love that they had 7 clams at the ready and are able to create another clam just like that in the nick of time. Scrub right there. It seems like Scrub is doing a really, really good job at playing the objective for their team, as their team does create a lot of space for them. And Scrub gonna hold this power clam, wait for the perfect moment, just jump up and score that power clam in, and once again open up the basket for Sonder.
Yep, it's going to get them down to 45 in the waning seconds of this one. Chicago losing all but one of their Splash-O-Matics in the aftermath of that push, and the map control purely in favor of Sonder here. Chicago going to be picking up the Pity Clam for Chicago. They actually have 2 at the ready. Link was holding onto the other one. They both lose a member. Chicago trying to dodge, but of course they're being marked while holding that power clam. Link trying to use the Booyah Bomb, and you can see in the top part of your screen that power clam moving up against the barricade, showing just how little in terms of time they needed for that to go off and continue overtime, but it was not to be. And if nothing else, Sonder has staved off the offensive advantages and pushes from Chicago to bring this one to a game 4.
Really, really good plays from Sonder there, completely turning around from their first 2 games that they played. And the one thing that really stood out to me for Sonder was that they seemed like they were doing a lot better job at holding space and holding the map control that they were able to get throughout that game. They were not letting Chicago get any space to paint for any room for them to move. So it seemed like that was the main switch up that Sonder was able to do there, and it worked out really, really well for them against Chicago. So as we move into Game 4, Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy, Sonder has to know, okay, this is what we did that worked out so well against this team. We need to do it again moving forward into this Game 4.
Yeah, a couple of keys to success, some of which you incorporated. They go back to the composition that seemed to be working for them quite well, that they felt confident in bringing to Game 1 that they strayed from in Game 2, and it might have cost them the set in a sense. They also bring a good bit of defense and call-outs. If they're not calling out, that's super impressive, but they get those members that are going into their backline called out. They have multiple pieces of their team go back, especially like the Tri-Slosher, go and get that pick, so they're not having to worry about that. And that helps them feel more secure and, as you mentioned, gaining the map control in mid, using their specials more aggressively instead of trying to pick off anybody that's trying to sneak around on the sides or behind them. And from that, they're able to salvage that Game 3 win. And as we move on to Splat Zone's Inkblot Art Academy, not a dissimilar map or outlook here for Sonder in terms of, I think the composition that they're bringing could be quite helpful. I think the tactical buff is going to be super nice, and if they can just stay out of the way of those crabs, they'll be in a pretty good straight.
And looking at the comps too, Sonder is going to be sticking with, like Zach has highlighted, that comp that they are comfortable with. It seems like these members of Sonder are comfortable with playing these weapons. They are comfort picks and they know that they can play them well. So sticking with that, Sonder going to switch back to that comp that they started with, and then on the other side, Chicago staying with the same comp that they've consistently played throughout this.
So Half now going to be popping the crab on the side. Sonder going to be the first team to pick up the zone, it looks like. As Half trying to take out Scrub, they'll help in the effort at least to back them up. They'll get the pick as well, looking for the second one onto the Wiper, but Henlo just outranging them. That's one of the nice pieces of the Splatoon series, especially in this meta, is the ability to use that range to your advantage. Unfortunately, if you don't see them coming, it's hard to do that, as Nick will get the revenge KO.
Sonder here just able to create a lot of space off of that play that Henlo did with that Wiper on the left side, just holding down the left side, and then the remaining members of Sonder here were able to pick up off of that. Henlo is already back on the map to play with the members of Sonder, and now Sonder does have their machine go down. This could be the opportunity for Chicago to finally cap the zone, and they do just that. Now getting 3 members down on the side of Sonder. This is going to be so interesting to see, how Sonder moves forward and plays defensively here, tries to push back into the zone, and hopefully this is not a KO. We'll see.
Yeah, in the first couple of games, it was Sonder having to use all of their specials just to get the pressure off the objective, and now it's the opposite. Chicago needing to use multiple specials, including their Trizuka, to make sure that they could cap, and they did so. They're actually catching up quite a bit. They've got full map control in mid. They have a Booyah Bomb coming out yet again, I believe, from Link, and so that's going to get right on their plat. That's going to force them back. The counter Booyah Bomb going to come out now as Chicago takes the lead. Well, they lose control quite quickly after the Booyah Bomb, though, so yet again we have a trade of a huge penalty, but as opposed to the previous games we saw, we have still plenty of time left in this one, but that zone keeps on a ticking.
Oh my gosh, Chicago here on the squeezer. I think they got 2 or 3 members down on the side of Sonder, and that created actually a lot of space for Half and Nick and Link to come back. And even though Sonder was able to cap the zone for themselves, that the plays that just came out from the squeezer were so good that allowed them to instantly cap the zone back for Chicago. And now, this seems like it's this game is turning into a classic zones game that we typically get to see on stream. The zone just keeps going back and forth. The scores are so close. The penalty points are so close. And now, speaking of the zone going back and forth, Sonder here in control of the zone, once again counting down their penalty points and getting in a position to hold the zone, play defensively here as Chicago is working to get their specials ready.
Chicago, the player, looking for some splats. They end up getting the assist, looking for the second one. Unfortunately, they're not able to outrange the sloshing machine when backed into the corner there. But Chicago working through their penalty now as they stop Sonder in their tracks. Nick holding down the fort. You could even look at the differences between the two sloshing machine users. One in the Sonder teammate there opting for Toast to prioritize the objective in the zone. As you can see, they're not looking for one specific player, whereas Link is looking for picks. They're looking for somebody that they can take out to give their team an advantage in odd man rushes as opposed to on the objective. But for now, Toast's strategy appears to be paying off as they are able to get the zone back with about a minute 15 left. Let's see if they can hold on to it to get rid of their penalty.
With 3 members down on the side of Chicago and only 10 penalty points left for Sonder, if Sonder is able to just hold the zone here, make sure that they keep the zone painted, they are going to be able to get the lead and completely swap that lead in the last minute of this game. Now with the score counting down, 3 members down are on the side of Sonder, and Chicago able to rush up and get that remaining member of Sonder down and cap the zone for themselves. There are only 40 seconds remaining of this match, and if Chicago is able to hold the zone, then they could potentially swap this. We'll have to see if under this pressure, Sonder can work to get their specials ready and play this really carefully to get the zone for themselves.
Yeah, it is still quite possible for Chicago to get a knockout here if Sonder doesn't act fast. Birch going to be popping the tactical, or they have to back off though as they take some heavy damage. The penalty's already gone. Birch looking to advance forward. The Booyah Bomb coming out on the side of Toast yet again. Nick rather, using the crab on the zone, and they get the lead at 5. Not just that, they force the wipeout. So Sonder, as strong as they looked, can't hold out in the end game, and Chicago able to take the zone back and run with it for the knockout in the final minute here on Inkblood Art Academy to take our set here in winners round 2, 3-1.
Ooh, that was just a crazy game to watch because both of these teams just seem like they can consistently hold and keep the stress of what's ahead of them, to themselves and play it really, really carefully. And just there at the end, I mean, that whole game, it was going back and forth, the zone capping from Chicago to Sonder. But just there at the end, the way the specials worked out and the patience from Chicago, able to just know, okay, we can get this. We just need to paint the zone and hold it. And that worked out so well for them. And under that pressure too, that's got to be hard for Sonder. They know that, okay, we already have the lead, but we need to play this really carefully. And that pressure of just knowing that can get really, really stressful. So good on Chicago there right at the end to swap the lead and win that game, and winning the set completely 3-1. Heading into grand finals.
Yeah, huge props to both teams. Of course, Chicago, they made it look in the first 2 games especially as though we were just going to see a replication of these sort of sweeps and stomps that had been the mantra of the sets we'd watched on stream for basically the entire tournament, or for most of it. But Sonder really storming back in Game 3, and even in the beginning parts of Game 4, it's really tough to steal that momentum back when you're getting sort of so much pushback and adaptability from your opponent. But Chicago finds a way. They're able to get the picks that they need. I think the squeezer, as you mentioned, Rissa, did a great job in providing that extra bit of range, and even not being afraid to use the Trizuka there to help paint the zone, to help get that objective. We saw it first when Sonder was getting all the way down, when they had that first cap of the zone that took them all the way, I think, down to 22. And we saw it again there toward the end of the game. So fantastic job by Chicago. They are the first team to enter grand finals. Our next match should be the #1 overall seed SSTK taking on Sonder, who we just saw in a best of 3.
And looking at the bracket too, these 2 teams have not played each other yet. So that's always exciting when teams have not played each other going into this not knowing what each other plays. Of course, they could be watching the stream and getting to see what the other team plays, but getting to fight a fresh team that has been performing also really well is always good going into this. I mean, Sonder coming off of that set, it seemed like, I think a good word that you used there, Zach, was adaptability. Both of those teams on that last set were adapting to each other really well, but we got to really see it happen from Sonder there after that game 3, getting that adaptability, figuring out what they need to do and what they've been doing wrong. And coming off of that, I think that's really good for them going into this set against SSTK, who's waiting here in losers finals. But of course, SSTK coming off of just fighting Nightmare, that score, of course, 2-0. They have warmed up themselves. They have to be feeling good here as they have been waiting in losers finals.
Well, very, very tough. That adaptability part that you mentioned, it's going to need to be even more present for a couple reasons. The first, of course, as we mentioned, this will be a best of 3, which will start with tower control on Eeltail Alley. The second piece is whichever team makes it to grand finals, one of the hallmarks of this Proving Ground series is the counterpicking feature, and that's where we will see counterpicking come into play, is grand finals, and the bracket reset, if necessary, will be best of 5 with counterpicking in all but the first round. But to focus on this one, with tower control Eeltail Alley being our starting point and the only other guaranteed map mode combination being Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino, they seem quite different. So you may have a team that gets off to an early start in game 1 and that gets flipped entirely on its head here in game 2. But only one way to find out. Let's see what these two teams have brought to the party.
Looking at the comps here, Sonder is actually sticking with the comp that they have previously run, that they are familiar with, and that they seem like they're playing really, really well together. It's interesting, too, looking at this map. This is a map that they just fought on against Chicago, so they have to, go into this, take a deep breath, and move forward, know that, okay, even though we just lost on this, we can move forward and potentially win this. And now Sonder here able to instantly take the tower and actually get a complete wipeout onto SSTK. Birch here riding the tower to get these points continuously down for Sonder.
Yeah, unsurprising to see this level of play. Henlo able to quickly jump back to Birch on the objective. The one big change, of course, being they have a Neo Splash-O-Matic, so they are going to have the triple Ink Strike, which we see come out now in tandem with Toast Booyah Bomb. That's going to force Taro back, but not enough as they get picked. They also spot Sleepy out on the left-hand side, but they're getting attacked by Keen's Crab, which will halt progress on the tower, but they already get a great start here. Up to 38 in the first minute is nothing to scoff at.
Looking at SSTK, they are just doing everything they can to at least stop the tower and stop that push. Now, I saw Keen there push up to stop the tower, but Keen actually is going to back up, take a breath, and regroup with their team. And now, that's hard to do. Looking at Toast here, just holding all this space with the machine, continuing to get that chip damage off with the main weapon and the fizzy bombs. Luckily, though, for SSTK, Keen, they're able to come out with a crab, and that is actually going to allow them to work and stopping the tower. But the way that Sonder is just continuing to get jump-ins is not letting SSTK breathe right now. Finally, 2 members of Sonder do go down. Taro here going to actually take the tower right away for SSTK, and now the mid control is looking good for SS as they are starting to push the tower, getting it through this first checkpoint.
Yeah, of course, in most, if not all games, staggering is not something you want to be doing. Sonder losing a couple members there. They slowly lose the 3rd and then 4th member to a trade. But in that time, Sonder able to get another Booyah Bomb at the ready from their sloshing machine user. It's not enough, however, as SSTK going to clear through that second checkpoint. And now it's going to be Sleepy with the Booyah Bomb trying to spot out Birch, and they will. They either saw them or made a great prediction as they claim the lead. They're going to have a crab tank that gets bunched off the tower, but Taro is not going to go down quite yet. 3v3 scenario here as we look to see Taro dodging around the shots of the sloshing machine, but can only do so for so long as Toast able to get the pick. But SSTK doing what they came for, which is to get that lead and prove why they're the #1 overall seed here.
They were also able to get the lead, like you said, and then get past that third checkpoint. So if SSTK is able to get back in a position to push the tower for themselves, they will be able to just completely ride through since they have already cleared out all those checkpoints. Now, looking in mid here, there is quite the scuffle as both teams are working to get towards the tower. Sonder, of course, having to get in a position to even get to the tower since they need to be the team to work to get the lead. But look at this defense right now from SSTK. They are just holding down mid here and not letting Sonder even get in a position to get to the tower.
Yeah, smart from SSTK knowing that they need to have this map control in mid locked down first before they even try any semblance of a push. Even though, as you mentioned, they have cleared all the checkpoints and have a pretty smooth ride up to the final one. They use the Killer Roll 5.1 with this 52 here. Toast is going to fall. It's going to be Synapse going forward here and was moving the tower initially, but instead will try and take down Henlo, and they'll find that in the form of a trade 3v2 scenario now as SSTK has pretty full map control even on Sonder's side of the map at this point. However, they're going to have to contend with Scrub's Trizuka, the third one able to get the pick and a triple ink strike just for good measure here that will take them off the tower, but with under a minute left to go, Sonder still with a lot of room to make up.
Yeah, with only 40 seconds remaining here, Sonder needing to get that mid control, needing to get in a position to even get to the tower. And there are members of SSTK all over the map right now, as we saw Sleepy there on the top left of the map. You see Synapse there on the bottom of the map, just getting in a position to where they know that tower path is. And now there are 2 members down of Sonder as we do, and now 3 members actually as we go into the last 20 seconds of this. Scrub here uses this Inkzuka to try and get some picks, try and create some space for their teammates, and Sonder just knows that they need to work to getting towards the tower to even start pushing it to get the lead for themselves.
Yeah, Scrub playing very patiently there, waiting out the splash wall. They are going to get the pick, but it's a full wipeout. Sonder completely gone as SSTK takes a little time to get going, but just like Regigigas was slow start, given enough time, it will absolutely pummel. And that's exactly what SSTK has done here, taking game 1. And now, with a best of 3 at hand, it will just take one more game victory here for them to move on to grand finals.
It's so interesting that, thinking of this being a best of 3, this is going to be a lot faster and you have to play a lot more carefully because just like that, if SSTK does win this next game, then Sonder will be completely out of the tournament. So Sonder has to be knowing, okay, now that we know what this team is playing and how they're playing, what do we need to do a little bit differently? We've seen them previously completely switch up their comp to 3 splashes, but it seems like Sonder is just doing really, really good, consistently knowing, okay, we're comfortable with these weapons that we have mostly been playing throughout this tournament. What do we need to do a little bit differently in our play style, specifically against this team to adapt to what they're doing?
Yeah, I don't know if I was enamored with the Neo Splash pick on that map and mode. Hindsight, of course, being 2020, and full disclosure, I have no competitive experience, but I think in the next map and mode that we're going to, it could provide some more tangible benefits here. Of course, that being Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino, so you're going to have to clear the front or the area behind, I guess, the first pedestal when you're trying to dunk the Rainmaker there for the first time. So really, it's going to come down to if they decide to bring that back, can they use that and other specials like the Booyah Bomb that we know will likely come from that sloshing machine? Can they use that to their advantage? It is not uncommon on this map and mode to see team fights happening basically in the spawn of whichever team is losing or whichever team has the objective in their spawn area. So really, SSTK, if they can bring that same aggressiveness and win those fights, they'll have a good shot of it. But I also think Sonder may have a better shot here given the same composition we saw in game 1.
And looks like Birch is actually going to come back with that try like you highlighted, previously playing the Neo Splash, going to be going back to the try that they were previously playing. And then on the other side, we're getting to see that Machine, Double Splash, and Gal coming out once again from SSTK. So SSTK, feeling comfortable with the previous weapons that they were playing. And as we move forward into Rainmaker Game 2, let's see what happens as both teams are working to poke at each other and get the upper hand.
Yeah, Sonder sort of taking the more obvious route and getting map control. SSTK playing a little bit more sneakily. You could see Synapse there hanging out on the rotating platform, waiting for their moment, and they find it. They'll get the pick on the Henlo. The RNG works in their favor in the form of a trade to get the second splat onto Birch. And now both teams, though, with a 2-down situation, Sleepy having to expend the Booyah Bomb in a 1v2. They will fall, but they'll get the Booyah Bomb off on the far right-hand side of the map. Sonder electing to pick the Rainmaker up first, and they'll use that rotating pedestal to at least get over to the checkpoint, but not quite on top of it. So a little bit more work to do if you're Sonder.
I like that they tried to wait there for their teammate to finish, pushing back the other members of SSTK and just wait for that Rainmaker checkpoint to happen. But the rest of the members were were right there to grab the Rainmaker, scrub there, grabbing the Rainmaker and pushing it all the way down to the first checkpoint. And Low using this hammer to help push the Rainmaker further even more. And just like that, Sonder able to get their score down to 28. A great starting point for Sonder as they start out this game 2 with a really, really dominant set. Now, SSTK is going to be the team in control of the Rainmaker and working to get it through that first checkpoint. They did not hesitate to let the Rainmaker reset. They grabbed it right away and have already got it to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, off to the races, I think the phrase I would use to describe that is Taro going to be the last surviving member. They'll get what they came for in terms of at least getting the Rainmaker to that checkpoint, which is a great first step in not having to worry about that later on in the game. More than half the game remaining, so still plenty of time for both these teams, but map control mostly belonging to Sonder and mid. Taro trying to take some of that away with the Crab. They'll at least help paint their side of mid in pink. But now trying to find anyone that they can pick off, having to settle with dodging the Booyah Bomb. Finds the double burst bomb pick onto Birch, and that's going to be an important one. No tactical present for Sonder, at least for the time being. Their teammate Sleepy will fall. Taro trying to find yet another burst bomb hit. They will, again, settle themselves for dodging the multiple specials coming at them. First, the Ultra Stamp, now the Zuka, as they have to use the Crab just for survivability, but it lends itself well as SSTK has yet another pick on their hands.
Ooh, I love that usage of the Crab. It had that survivability for Taro, and then it also created a lot of space for their teammates to come back into mid and help them try and push the Rainmaker. SSTK, grabbing the Rainmaker there and pushing it forward, trying to get the lead for themselves, but the defense from Sonder looking really good right now. Sonder is grouped up in their plat, just making sure that they guard the Rainmaker, and actually Henlo is going to completely grab the Rainmaker and drop it down into mid. That's a really, really good move for Sonder. They are going to drop it into mid, and then that way SSTK won't be able to grab the Rainmaker for themselves and sneakily, potentially get the lead there. So Henlo here just stalling out the Rainmaker as long as they possibly can. They're on the left side. Rainmaker, of course, does go down, and now we get to see Sleepy here start pushing up, trying to get some picks for their teammates as there are 2 members down of SSTK. They are having to figure out how to regroup here in the last minute of this as the Rainmaker is about to reset.
Yeah, in a meta full of hyper-offensive teams, sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and I think that's one of Sonder's big playing points here, is that they have that strong defense that can go along with those early pushes up to tough numbers to hit, in this case being 28. Keen trying to clean up a little bit as their teammate's going to pop the Crab, defeating the Torpedo there before dodging out of the way of both the Suction and Booyah Bombs headed their way. They want to survive, of course, because they have the Crab at the ready, and their other teammate who had Crab or could have had it goes down along with their sloshing machine. So SSTK delaying just about as long as possible here. They don't want that Rainmaker to get the shield back on it. So Keen using the Crab early and might be the one to pick up this Rainmaker as we're still waiting for what could be the last fight of this game.
In the last 20 seconds here, Keen just getting jumps for their teammates, trying to wait for Sleepy and Synapse there to create some space to even push the Rainmaker. We see that Zuka come out from Scrub, and as one member is down on the side of Sonder, now Synapse actually goes down for SSTK. Keen just dodging and weaving here through all this, specials and paint coming at them, and just like that, Sonder is actually able to play that defense really, really nicely, stop that Rainmaker push with that lead that they consistently had throughout that whole game, and Sonder takes game 2 of the set. That means that in losers finals here, we will be moving forward to a game 3.
Very happy to see that, and we have A great timing there to end the game by Henlo, using that Ultra Stamp with just a few seconds remaining, not leaving any time on the clock for SSTK to break the Rainmaker's shield. They only had maybe 1 or half a second to even put any paint on it before that timer expired. And if there's no shield popped, then you don't get that overtime. So it will be, as Marissa mentioned, a game 3 warranted here between these two teams, the number 1 overall seed SSTK and the number 3 seed in Sonder, who again has shown a lot of tenacity and resilience here, and they will need it on Clam Blitz Mako Mart. This is one that we've seen already, and one that can be very swingy in terms of momentum. Sometimes you only get the power clam in and nothing else, and sometimes, especially if you have a composition with some setup specials or specials that can push the enemy away from the barricade, you can extend those pushes for quite a bit of time. I believe on the last set where we saw Clam Blitz Mako Mart, we saw a 3-down situation into a wipeout that allowed them to get halfway to a knockout, all the way up to 50. So we'll see if something like that can happen again. But based on the sort of pendulum type momentum and swings that we've seen from these two teams, it may just be another back and forth battle.
Looking at these two teams, that's the exact same thing I was thinking. I mean, the score says it all. Both teams have a point on the board, and that really says it all. Anything can happen as we go into this game 3. Of course, we've previously seen Sonder play on this map and mode and play it really, really well, play it really dominantly. So they are going to be going up against a completely different team here in SSTK as we head into this game 3. And looking at the comps for Sonder, they are going to be staying with the same comp that they have been running. And then on the other side, the main switch up we get to see here is a try actually added to SSTK's comp.
Yeah, Keen foregoing the second Splash-O-Matic in favor of this Tri-Slosher, and it looks to already have been working. They just need to get the clams to the right person to build up a power clam. And I like this move because Keen had already been playing somewhat of a supportive role in that last game, sort of taking a lot of the hits while still painting with their crab. They get the first pop on the barrier, nothing else happening quite yet, but they're finding at least one pick there onto the splatter shot. Looking for a second, but they had the crabs, just not enough time or proximity to the basket, and yet again, despite the early start from SSTK, some solid defense by Sonder.
Sonder at least able to stop the basket scores there, and now even though SSTK does have another power clam at the ready and they are actually going to score that power clam as well, Sonder, you know, here once again playing defense. You see Toast there just trying to slosh over these edges and create some space with that machine and these fizzy bombs, keeping back Synapse there, and Synapse actually gets that pick onto Toast on the machine. But now finally, you know, through that trade that happened and all the time that it took to play that defense, a complete wipe was able to happen onto SSTK, and now Sonder gonna be the team that is working to get control of mid and open up that basket. You can see they did open up the basket. They do get a jump in, and Toast there is able to score that clam. So the score now is so close, as even though Sonder was able to score those clams in, SSTK here able to play defensively and keep the lead on their side.
Yeah, they play that quite well. I think the toughest part is Sleepy able to get the trade there onto Scrub as Scrub gets that power clam in. And now we're seeing again that momentum swing once again as SSTK is able to pop the barricade. The Booyah Bomb coming out on the left-hand side as Scrub falls, I think, even before that comes out. No clams currently held by SSTK, so this may be the end of the push. However, they extend their lead from 46 to 39, and they have a pretty small penalty to contend with. So if they can get another power clam in, they'll be right back off to the races. However, Sonder with two specials at the ready, including that deadly Ultra Stamp. As I say that, Henlo going to be falling. They get a couple picks, but Sonder trying to push in. They'll have to do it one member down.
Sonder is able to push in and open up the basket, score that power clam in, and then another clam at that to add to that penalty point that they had. But with members going down and no one really there to get clams in the basket is going to close. Toast was up there, pushed pretty far, able to keep members of SSTK back. And actually, even though Toast went down there, Toast is right back into mid, able to jump into Scrub. And Sonder is looking like they're doing a pretty good job at controlling the mid space, but they are actually having 2 members go down, having to completely back up. SSTK is very aggressively taking mid control and looking to open up the basket once again.
Yeah, Scrub with a nice shot. That's going to get them a pick onto Taro. That's going to be a good start as they also are able to force out the Definitivo. So no Crab and no Tacticooler for SSTK for the time being. Pretty close in terms of clam count. They had 11, now down to 8 for SSTK. And Scrub hanging back as they're holding on to dear life for that power clam. They're able to get themselves a soda here from that Tacticooler. That is going to buff their movement for sure. They use it to help survive against Taro. And now I think they're free to try and push forward. They get some map control and they get 3 picks out of 4. It's just Sleepy yet again on top of that pedestal, but it's not enough defense this time. As a big lead here for Sonder. They just need 4 more clams if they can find them, and they have plenty of time to. Keen able to try and survive for a little bit, but it's not quite enough. 1 more clam will do it. Can Henlo hang out? Do they have a clam? They can find one, but it's just not enough time as they get spotted out, I believe, by Keen. And despite not ending the game in a KO there, Sonder has put themselves in a great position with less than 40 seconds to go.
Sonder looking really reminiscent of how we've previously seen them play on this map and mode, getting that dominant score, but they have to be really careful with all these clams. Look at this. SSTK has 22 clams at the ready, and they're taking mid control really fast with the specials that they do have. Sonder just has to take a deep breath here, play defensively, and make sure that they avoid the specials that could come out from SSTK's end. Going into the last 5 seconds here, Synapse pushes up and is able to get a trade with Birch. 2 members down on the side of Sonder now, and Keen and Taro are pushing up with the power clams that they do have, able to score both of them in, and they just need a few more clams in to get the lead. And just like that, I think that was Sleepy able to move forward and get the lead at the last possible second there for SSTK.
I cannot believe what I just saw. That was so back and forth. I thought SSTK might be done. I thought Birch made the play of the game there in getting the trade with that 52 because they held 7 clams, and that would have mostly been enough just on its own if they had been thrown a clam to get that power clam in and end the game that much more quickly. However, despite losing a couple of members, they get the power clam in, they get rid of their penalty, and then their last surviving member able to find that last clam they needed with multiple teammates down to finish off an incredibly close losers round 2. I would have loved to see a best of 5 of these two teams going back and forth, but as we have a best of 3, it will be SSTK defending their seed, the number 1 overall one in this tournament, and they will move on to have a rematch in grand finals against Chicago, who's waiting for them there.
Ooh, this is going to be good. As we can see on the screen here, you know, these two teams, SSTK and Chicago, have already played each other in this top 4. So they are already familiar with each other and are going to be rematching. And look at the score. It says that Chicago won that set. Looks like pretty dominantly, 3-1 over SSTK. So SSTK has to know, okay, what did we do wrong and what do we need to switch up against this team in particular? We will be going into grand finals against them again. So let's take a deep breath and figure out what do we need to do differently to potentially win this.
Yeah, and they will not have much time for breathing, as you mentioned there. They're going to be thrown right to the wolves against a team that was able to shut them out with the exception of a single game. Unfortunately, not a set we got to capture on stream here, but we will get to highlight the rematch into a potential bracket reset if SSTK ends up winning this grand finals portion. And again, as we mentioned earlier, one of the hallmarks of the Proving Grounds tournament series coming into play now. We're going not only back to best of 5, but we're going back to counter picking. So we will see a start with splat zones on the brand new map Umami Ruins before we are going into, as you can see on screen, an unknown mode and unknown stage picked from the map pool by the team that loses game number 1. So the map will be chosen by them, and we will see what ends up happening here. I think we'll have the ban system in play, so the team that wins will get to ban a couple of maps before the team that lost game 1 ends up deciding in full what they will go to in Game 2. But to start out, Splatoon 2 Mommy Ruins, this one's going to be super interesting on a map that these teams have likely not had too much time to practice on.
That's exactly what I was thinking. You know, this is going to be the first time I've seen it commentating. I've got to play on it a little bit, and of course, these two teams probably haven't gotten to play on it much themselves. And it's so interesting trying to figure out, okay, what areas of the map need to be controlled first, which areas of the map need to be defended. You know, how do we want to play this? How do we want to send people split, you know, maybe 2 on the left, 2 on the right? Do we all want to go the same direction? That's stuff that these teams and these players are still figuring out for themselves since this map just came out, and that's going to be fun for us to watch here on stream, you know, figuring out and seeing what these teams do moving forward to this, since it's a brand new map.
Well, the map itself has garnered mixed reviews. Some find it difficult to get back from spawn on, but that is not an infrequent problem for some of the maps that are present in the map pool of Splatoon 3. Some tight drop-down areas on this map leading into a raised middle area with a sniper perch, circular one, sort of, or cylindrical, if you will, on your right-hand side, I believe. So definitely some opportunities for some weapons that have longer range. I don't know if we'll be seeing any anchor weapons based on what we've seen from these teams, but maybe your crabs can set up in that spot and have a good view of things, or your sloshing machine if they know they're going to have Booyah Bomb soon. But it comes down to these factors of, can Sonder keep up their strategy of an early strong start and defending that point? Can SSTK use their hyper offense and things like the 52, if they bring it, to aid in their cause, or the double crab system that they've got working? So we'll see if that ends up happening. Of course, we did see a couple of changes, minor changes to their compositions here and there, and we'll have to see how these teams end up adapting, if they make any adaptations to their original set back in Winners Round 1.
It's really interesting, you know, thinking about Sonder and SSTK. There's members that in Splatoon 2, you know, typically did play that long range or those anchor roles, but now in this game they are playing shorter range weapons. A lot of those anchor players are switching over to playing splash and using that range of the crab instead of their main weapon, and using the burst bombs as range instead of their main weapon like they previously did in Splat 2. Of course, Shy 3K and then Taro. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Taro on the side of SSTK was a very strong anchor player in Splatoon 2, so getting to see how they switch that up, and gonna use the crab range in this first game instead of that main weapon range.
Yeah, so we have Chicago and SSTK. We've seen Chicago's the player, and it's so confusing to say the player or the actual team itself, but the Squeezer has been one of the surprise picks for me in terms of seeing the efficacy of it. Of course, it's a very strong main weapon. It has the hold down firing mode being a little bit weaker, and of course the preferred mode for a lot of competitive players being the tap firing mode, giving more damage, and of course having strong range and a not too deviant rate of fire in terms of shot spread. So I love seeing that. I think Link has been very strong on the sloshing machine as well. So I really am looking forward to seeing how these two teams come to a head in this one, and how counterpicking comes into play. I don't really know if these two teams have a preferred map or mode that they want to go to, especially if it's in the map pool provided here by IPL, in this case for Proving Grounds. So that'll be another interesting thing to keep in mind, as we're guaranteed at least going up to a Game 3. And of course, if we require the bracket reset, these teams just continue to gather intel on each other, first starting back from their set in Winners Round 1, now coming into Grand Finals. And if bracket reset will be necessary, then these teams will know each other's playstyles and tendencies inside and out, which always makes it interesting to see when adaptations happen and how effective they end up being.
And looking at these two teams too, from my knowledge, it looks like they're both essentially pickups. So I don't believe Chicago is an actual formed team just yet, but that's always interesting when you look at tournaments that do have counter picks, because, okay, you're not going to be a team that has played together a lot and knows what map and modes that you're really, really comfortable with. You have to kind of take it in the moment and on the fly and figure out what you think might work best for you or might counteract the other team. So when you're a pickup, you really got to think about these things and pinpoint them on the fly and really, really fast. And I'm sure we'll see that happen here too as we move forward in this grand final set.
Yeah, our apologies for mentioning Sonder earlier. We're kind of like Ron Burgundy and Anchorman. Whatever you put on the teleprompter, we'll read. So we've corrected it over to Chicago here. I love seeing this sort of 1v4 matchup that it ends up coming full circle almost in this top 4 or double elimination portion of the bracket. But here we go with the first game of grand finals between Chicago and SSTK, and taking a look at the compositions here, not seeing all that many surprises. We are seeing the 52 return for SSTK, both teams as well, going with that double Splash-O-Matic and the sloshing machine to round things out.
In here, we've previously seen them play the Tri-Slosher on stream. Now, this time they are going to be switching over to the machine. I think that's going to be really good for them to utilize over these ledges. And starting off really, really fast here and really aggressively, Chicago is actually going to just completely have their members wiped here, and SSTK able to take all this space initially right away.
Yeah, it's tricky. You don't see many two-zone maps in Splatoon, so being able to control both of them and having specials that can make an effect on both of them is that much more important. We see the Booyah Bomb now coming out from Link, Sleepy having to go into the armored form of that crab in order to dodge it, and they get beset upon on multiple sides here, as I think Half may have just pulled off a double kill there. They get outranged by Keen, but all this time, SSTK has been taking the zones down halfway to their eventual goal, and it doesn't look like they're going anywhere as they win that team fight, only going down their sloshing machine and keep Chicago pushed back.
When I look at this map, one of the main things I've kind of thought is, okay, just play the crab and utilize the Xplo shots over the ledges, and that's exactly what we've got to see Taro and Sleepy do so far, and they are just holding down the zone for SSTK. Now finally, Chicago able to get 2 members down and push up here with that advantage, take the zone for themselves, and now push up for themselves. So that did take them a little bit to do, but they were finally able to just capitalize off of the initial pick that they were able to get and push up and now work to keep the zone for themselves.
Yeah, and again, I have to highlight the various different ways you can play Booyah Bomb. Link, yet again, not throwing the Booyah Bomb on any particular zone, but just aiming it straight in the middle between the 2 zones, perhaps trying to either lock down that portion of the map or get a pick here. But now looking at Chicago, the player, gets the pick on Design, looking for the second one on Dakini, who's chucking their Booyah Bomb right behind the zones, and both of them still remain contested. So just for now, SSTK able to get them and get a few points off their penalty, but they still hold the major advantage here. It's going to be Link with yet another Booyah Bomb. And so far, these teams, where they had initially those team fights happening in Chicago's end of the map, now it's migrated into mid. So at least for that perspective, Chicago making some forward progress.
Chicago here just having to, I mean, it looks like they're just having to back up and regroup with each other, but look at that, as Link there was working to create some space for Chicago, Synapse was right there sharking and able to get that pick, and now Synapse once again sharking, throwing up a wall, just creating a lot of space with that gal, and their teammates able to follow up behind that, capping the zone, and then pushing up along with Synapse's aggression and sharks there. So I love that SSTK is just consistently holding the zone and just playing off of these really aggressive plays really nicely.
Yeah, the 52 being there, 1 deviation away from the meta here, and the wall can sometimes be the difference, especially when you're going up against a weapon like the Squeezer with Trizuka. Sign able to get the pick there on to the Splash-O-Matic. The Booyah Bomb going to try and back them off, and it does that, but it doesn't end up finding any picks. However, Chicago will get both zones taken over. They'll give a huge penalty of 47 over to SSTK, but in the remaining minute and a half, they still have quite a bit of groundwork because it doesn't seem like they can find much more than an initial foothold over the back part of the zone, their side of the map. They can get that map control there, but really they need more than their specials to get map control. They need to be finding those picks, and maybe this Booyah Bomb from SSTK will even counter that effect even further going forward.
SSTK just seems like they're able to consistently hold their specials and not use them right away, and that is actually allowing them to consistently hold the zone. Half there doing exactly what we've seen Half do throughout this tournament so far, flanking around and at least capping the zone for Chicago. So now in the last 40 seconds of this, they were able to give those 33 penalty points over to SSTK, but now once again Chicago is in this position where they have to figure out how to regroup and get the zone for themselves. There are only 30 seconds remaining of this first match.
So Chicago, the player you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there, sitting up on top of the sniper perch. It's going to be, I think, Nick going into crab tank mode there, trying to use that alternate fire to cap as much of the zone as they can. SSTK, now Taro using the counter crab on top of the platform next to the zones to ensure that they can hold on to control, or at least hold out until the end of the timer, and they won't need it. With 5 seconds remaining, SSTK cements themselves again as the #1 overall seed here, and they take game 1 in our grand finals.
I love that it seemed like SSTK was not necessarily pushing up too far and having members go down, and they were just making sure that they had specials at the ready, and doing that just enabled them to consistently throw, their booyah bombs, their crabs at these members of Chicago that would finally get their specials or get in a position to push forward. SSTK had those defensive specials at the ready and were able to chain them, and now, since SSTK did win that first match, Chicago will be the one counterpicking this second game on stream.
You make a great point, and it's not to say that SSTK has trepidation necessarily, but they know exactly the point at which they don't want to be overstaying their welcome, as it were. They're sort of hanging back, knowing that with the way this map is laid out, they'll pretty easily be able to see which direction Chicago is coming from. So if you have somebody who, like we saw at the end of that match, Taro sitting on the box in between the two zones, sitting on their crab tank until the right opportunity to contest any last minute attempt from Chicago to overtake one or both of those zones, that's enough, right? You don't need to be kill hungry, bloodthirsty, however you want to phrase it. You just need to do enough to make sure that it's difficult for Chicago to get any momentum going. I didn't really see any of those 3 or 4 specials in a row getting used at a time type of play. It was 1, maybe 2 at a time, maybe your Booyah Bomb and 1 crab, for example, that they can get off. And as we mentioned with the 52, having that splash wall is inherently another counter to multiple things, including the Inkzuka that we saw from the Squeezer. So lots of nice inherent pieces of their composition. Not that they changed anything. It doesn't look like necessarily to go against Chicago, but it worked out in their favor, especially on Umami Ruins. And Chicago, to your point about counterpicking, that's something they may want to keep in mind, is knowing that SSTK favors this composition with the 2 splashes, the Sashi Machine and the 52. Where can we exploit that? Is there a certain mode that may not work as well on, especially, the Killer Whale 5.1? Is there something that's not great on? And we'll see how that shakes out to Chicago leading us into game 2. It looks like Rainmaker has been our pick, at least for the mode.
Ooh, okay, that's really interesting. Typically in these grand finals or, top 8, you don't necessarily see Rainmaker picked right away. So I think that's really interesting. We're getting to see that counter picked instantly here. And it looks like, too, with Rainmaker picked, Museum and Undertow have been banned. So we'll have to see what Chicago will pick with those 2 banned.
So with those 2 banned, I believe that only leaves Manta Maria and Scorch Gorge as our only 2 options. Now, we've seen Scorch already, and it looks like that's what we will be going to. And I think those 2 play quite differently in that on Manta Maria, you have some pretty substantial hard drop-offs, right? You've got the grate on the top, the middle portion of the map. You've got the overlook behind the grate, and then even closer to your spawn, you have that secondary grate that doesn't get used a lot, but you have the drop down from there. On Scorch, it's all about ramps. It's about those 45-degree angles, those inclines and declines, right? So for Chicago, if they want to use some of those more open avenues, if they want to try and, for instance, use the range of the Squeezer to their advantage, this is a pretty solid pick in that regard. Of course, they only have one of two options to go for. But I think this is definitely the more tried and true map, and especially map and mode combination. You don't want to necessarily be going from one brand new map to another map that's new to Splatoon 3, and I'm not sure the playing history of the folks on Chicago and how much experience they got with Manta Maria in Splatoon 2. But Scorch Gorge overall, for safety, consistency, I think probably the better pick between the two.
That's a really good point. Scorch Gorge in particular is played a lot in Splatoon 3, whether it's Rainmaker or Clam Blitz. We do see Scorch Gorge played a lot, so these teams have got to be familiar with this, and thinking about too just the way that SSTK has been playing. This is the counter pick for Chicago, and as we head into this game 2, looking at these comps, we get to see I was gonna say the same things, but Sleepy switching off of the machine this time and playing the splash, and we saw that previously, of course, but they had swapped that with Keen, so now Keen playing the machine still.
This is kind of an aside, but one thing I find really interesting about the gear that they're running is that we see both teams running the splash, right? And an early 2-down situation is going to allow Chicago to get the first push of the Rainmaker here. But it looks like both teams have a similar strategy with their splash. Already they get the half with the Splash-O-Matic going to be getting to the pedestal here. One splash is optimized for special charge, right? They want to get that crab super early on. The second one is optimized for Ninja Squid plus swim speed. So they want to be sneaky and get those flanks and those picks off. So I love seeing that from both these teams, and it may have been a secret to their success in getting to grand finals.
That's a really good point. A lot of these splash players are, support players and anchor players, so that gear really says that, okay, this is an aggressive splash and going to be utilizing flanks and sharks, and then this splash, of course, is going to be just utilizing getting their specials and playing more supportively. The Rainmaker here resetting, and now both teams having crabs and specials on the board, trying to poke at each other and get the upper hand. Now, one member of Chicago, Nick, does go down, and this means that SSTK is working to regroup and carefully get into mid to get to this Rainmaker.
Yeah, Nick can only take so much poking. That was basically death by 1,000 cuts there, as they were just getting hit with so much chip damage they couldn't survive. They come back, though, and not many picks yet, as the push hasn't started yet. The Rainmaker shield remains popped. It's one Booyah Bomb after another. Chicago's first, SSTK is going second, and the snipe shot with the Trizuka going to end the push on the Rainmaker. They take a little bit of heat from the sloshing machine, but nothing that Chicago, the player, cannot survive. And a nice defense there on the first initial push there from, I believe, SSTK to try and do something here, not getting on the board.
I like that we got to see Chicago's point of view here on the squeezer, making sure that they painted that drop, because a lot of times that drop is being sharked by someone. So getting to see that, making sure they cleared those corners, and then once again coming out with this Inkzuka, able to get that pick onto Sleepy and create some space for their Rainmaker carrier. Though they do have to be careful, though, because it looks like that was Synapse there who just instantly rushed up through mid and stopped the Rainmaker, created some space for SSTK to regroup and create some space of their own.
Yeah, the shots Chicago has been able to hit with the Trizuka being almost the unsung hero of the success of Chicago up to this point. You can see just how much control of the map they have in Half, who's been basically their designated Rainmaker carrier when they've played on this mode, holding it again and using that patience to back off multiple members trying to beset upon them. Keen gonna expend the Booyah Bomb. It's not gonna quite get them, but it will back them off quite a bit. Sign gonna go down as well to a parting shot from Half. They lose some map control though, and it's a 3v3 situation. I have to imagine they don't have much time. 23 seconds left as Keen is once again gonna go down. They don't have to worry about that Rainmaker pedestal again, so they get just about to the halfway point, and nice patience displayed once again, baiting out multiple specials and extending the lead.
Chicago, they're rushing up through that Booyah Bomb and tries to grab that to just get some more points on the board. And now with two members down, you get to see Nick here just sharking, just trying to wait to maybe get a cheeky pick here. Nick, though, opting to jump out as the remaining members of SSTK pushed up and are creating some space. So remember, the longer that Chicago keeps the Rainmaker for themselves, that is going to be more difficult for SSTK to even push the Rainmaker to get the lead. So now SSTK with the Rainmaker resetting into mid, able to pop the Rainmaker Rainmaker. Keen here grabs it and pushes it to this first checkpoint, creating some space for SSTK to work with and potentially get the lead.
Yeah, Keen with a relatively easy time of it. We've seen a lot more difficult entries than that to the first checkpoint. Unfortunately, they're going to be set upon by, I believe, a Fizzy Bomb and a Burst Bomb in addition to some shots. That's going to end their push here. A Sign is going to immediately pick it up and just as immediately get shut down by guess who? Chicago on that Trizuka. So they will stop any semblance of a secondary push here. Despite that, though, SSTK going to be the one to pop the Rainmaker shield. Yet again, it's going to be Crab versus Booyah Bomb. The Booyah Bomb comes out and Taro just barely able to back off. Now it's Keen's turn on the Booyah Bomb as Taro pushes forward. Not quite enough, though, to get the lead. And with 5 seconds left to go, they've lost 3 of their members. It's Sign with the last-ditch effort, and it's not quite enough. They advance it by 2, but they're needing 6. And Chicago, great effort there in that second game to tie the series at 1.
What a great display there right at the end from SSTK to try and just get the lead. They really knew that, okay, we literally only have, 30 seconds, 20 seconds left here to make something happen. And they definitely made a good display of trying to make that work, throwing all their specials at it. But just Chicago there initially getting the lead and able to get their defense in line there right at the end played out really well for them. And with the score tied up and SSTK losing that game 2, now SSTK will be the team this time to pick the counter pick.
Yeah, Arissa, you talk about make it work with no major compositional changes. I think this is making your counter pick work for you. It was close, albeit, and there were certainly some back and forth moments, but the exploitative nature of the way Chicago handled that map, especially Chicago the player, we've talked about it quite a bit, but just using their range, not just to get picks, but as a distraction so that their more flanking style of teammates can get picks for them. And then, of course, the multiple Trizuka shots that they're able to hit, helping to secure things, helping to be sold, of course, by the Booyah Bomb and Crab usage there, almost one after the other, going back and forth against SSTK. But now taking a look at our counter pick, the mode has been confirmed to be Clam Blitz. And taking a look at the map pool for Clam Blitz, we have 4 options, 2 of which will be banned by Chicago. Mako Mart, Manta Maria again, Museum de Alfonsino again, and Scorched Gorge. So lots of familiar maps. I think Manta Maria, the only one we haven't really seen on stream thus far.
I didn't even think about that. Manta Maria, of course, added back into Splatoon 3, and we have not seen that yet here on the stream while we have been on. And speaking of not seeing Manta Maria was not picked. It looks like Museum and Mako were the banned maps. So Scorched Gorge gonna be going back to Scorched Gorge, but this time on Clam Blitz.
Yeah, not a dissimilar story from Game 2. We have Manta and Scorch being the last remaining maps to pick from. And I think both teams mutually coming to an agreement saying we would take Scorch over Manta right now for whatever reason, whether they feel more comfortable with it or they don't want to play on a map that's newer to Splatoon 3 or don't think it lends to their playstyle. Yet again, not sure we're going to see any substantial changes. I think both teams feel they had a fighting shot in Game 2. Let's see what happens in Game 3.
And looking at these comps, both teams sticking with the same exact things that we saw in the previous game. And I mean, it seemed like you said, Zach, both teams had their moments in that last game that we got to watch, moments that worked out really well for them. And the main thing here on this one that switches up from Rainmaker, though, on Scorched Gorge is we see this middle tower that Synapse is climbing up right now. That is the main switch up. So we get to see, if these teams are able to play around that a little bit differently, maybe utilize that mid tower a little bit more to get their pushes in.
Yeah, for your flankers or your more aggressive players, it's a great place to sort of shark on the wall, as we saw there. For your crab players or Booyah Bombs, it's a great place to set those things up and have a great view of the entirety of the map. A Booyah Bomb, speaking of which, coming out to the right-hand side from our screen here. Link trying to find a pick or two, or at least get some paint on their side, as they're going to have to back off from, I believe, Taro's crab. So now it's both teams just fighting for control, but Chicago doing a much better job of actually finding and holding on to these crabs, and they get the early pick. You have to think they're currently the favorite to have the first push of the objective itself.
Oh, absolutely. And they do have 15 clams at the ready. So Chicago here looking pretty good at the start with 15 clams at the ready and that mid tower control. A lot of times if you're able to get that mid tower control and keep it, you're able to, be the team that gets the upper hand, as we're seeing that exact thing happen here. Crab coming out for Chicago, and Half is going to utilize that space that the Crab is creating, push up and score that power clam in. Doesn't look like any other remaining members of Chicago are able to get to the basket to score any more clams in, other than getting that score down to 77, but they were the team that was able to get that initial push in.
Yeah, Half not infrequently the objective starter here, and it ends up being that way for the first push, just getting the power clam and one additional clam in. But now SSTK holding on to 14. They'll use the Booyah Bomb as the starter, and it will work effectively, as they're not only going to get the lead, but put in all of the clams they had at their disposal. Sign going to have quite a few more, as well as Taro, and Taro's got more than that. They've got a Crab in an advantageous high ground position, while the rest of their team farms for more clams. They're able to get the pick there onto Half and maintain map control here at the face of it. So SSTK getting at least all the way down to 26, and Taro with 6 clams that they're holding on to. Can they extend it further down to 14, 11, 8? The full wipeout as well into Chicago. They just need 3 more, and Sign has 2 of them. Can they find the last one? It's on top of the pedestal, and they will. SSTK, showing us the most emphatic of these games we've had in Grand Finals so far, takes the lead in the set, 2-1.
Wow. I literally was, as that was happening, I was literally just sitting here just holding my face and just gasping. That was such a great comeback from SSTK. I mean, the way that they were able to open up that push initially with the Crab, the same way that Chicago had, and then Taro using the Crab on that upper level to create even more space and push back the members of Chicago, even get picks with that. And then it's important too to think about, they were able to have the clams at the ready too and just completely KO that. I love that they had that in mind with that push and were able to just completely KO the push that they had started.
Yeah, this one could have gone either way, and I certainly did not expect an early knockout here from SSTK, but the defense that they had showed that they were not going to just allow Chicago to walk all over them, even as Half gets, exactly the entry that they want to get in, get the power clam, and get out. You saw them clear basically all the way out. They had to fight a Crab and one more team member of SSTK, which ended up losing them their opportunity to grab more clams. Similar story, at least, with the rest of the members of Chicago. And then, as you mentioned, Taro getting the one clam in before popping that Crab. It is so difficult to get down and out from your spawn on Scorched Gorge when the enemy team is that far pushed up onto your plat. So super tough, but that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. SSTK once again showing that the counter pick can work for you in a serious way. And speaking of counter picks, it is now going to be Chicago's time to handle the reins, as we will once again go back to Rainmaker.
Super interesting, but it definitely makes sense why we would be going back to Rainmaker from Chicago. Them, of course, as we see here on screen, being the team that did previously win that Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge. So we'll have to see. I am really interested what the bans are going to be. And now that we mentioned Manta Maria, I'm like, okay, are we going to see Manta Maria moving forward in these last 2 games? I have a feeling not, but we'll have to see.
It is possible, and it is only possible from the Proving Grounds map pool on these 2 modes, Clam Blitz and now Rainmaker. So again, your possible maps for Rainmaker before bans: Manta Maria, Museum d'Alfonsino, Scorched Gorge, and Undertow Spillway. So we will have to check out what ends up getting banned, and it looks as though, yet again, Undertow and Museum have been banned. So we are yet again left with the not-so-Sophie's Choice-esque decision of choosing between Scorch and Manta Maria, and I have a sinking feeling that I know which one it could be, especially with how Chicago handled their mode pick.
I have a feeling too, but we'll have to see what happens here. Looks like the counter pick is in, and guess what? We are going back to Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge. 3 Scorched Gorges in a row, and of course Chicago doing previously really well on Rainmaker Scorched Gorge in particular. So moving forward, we'll have to see, you know, if Chicago is able to play the same way that they did, or if SSTK is able to adapt and figure out, and maybe even potentially, you know, use the knowledge that they were able to play on that, how they were able to play on that Clan Blitz map, use it in terms of playing once again on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge.
And as a reminder, Chicago is your team coming from winner's side of the bracket. So if they win the next two, they will win the tournament. However, if at any point SSTK, the #1 overall seed who came from the loser side of the bracket, wins between Game 4 and an if necessary Game 5, they will force another best of 5 set in the form of a bracket reset that will yet again feature counterpicking in games 2 through 5. So if you're Chicago, you are desperately trying to win at least this Game 4 that you've already won on once before tackling that ever important Game 5 to try and stop a bracket reset by SSTK.
Looking at the comps here, and once again, both of these teams are locked into these comps that they are continuously playing throughout this set in grand finals. They are comfortable with it, and they know what they want to do with these comps in terms of these games that we've seen. So moving forward, we see fizzy bombs, we see burst bombs thrown onto mid, and I love this. We see Nick there sharking right next to Synapse, and Synapse pushes forward, and Nick actually is able to move around, get that pick onto Synapse, and now there's just these battles happening in mid to see who can first work to get this mid control to start pushing the Rainmaker.
Yeah, again, not necessarily feeling the need to press the advantage so much. They just are fine to get in, get out, and get a couple of splats there as they're the last member left around. That is going to be super important for them to hold off any sort of SSTK push. However, the splash ball is going to directly counter their burst bomb attempt, as Taro will help push the Rainmaker all the way up to the pedestal and get that done.
Look at this, the instant push here from SSTK. Taro, of course, being the one who dunks that Rainmaker. And now with one member down on each team, Synapse just went down but is jumping back right away to Taro here. Taro's just kind of stalling out, waiting for Synapse and their members to regroup. And I love that the three of these members, Synapse, Taro, and Sleepy, knew that the Rainmaker, okay, we're just going to let it reset and play off of that. They're popping the Rainmaker. Taro using this crab to create more space for their team and grabbing the Rainmaker once again to push it. Remember, SSTK already got past this first checkpoint, so they're able to potentially play off that to get more points on the board.
Yeah, Taro with an almost fadeaway shot there to get that splat onto Nick, and it was a 2v1 situation for SSTK, but they didn't have enough breathing room to really press the advantage as much as they want to. And guess who? With that Trizuka yet again, it is Chicago the player helping to stop that Rainmaker push. They lose one member but get two in return. The Booyah Bomb going to help paint things in mid, and right now that's all they really need. They need to help get control of mid first before they worry about getting these picks and trying to push the Rainmaker, which they're doing smartly, even leaving the Rainmaker as a result.
Rainmaker left in a position to reset, and for Chicago, they want to work to create some space off of that Rainmaker reset, but SSTK had that mid control mostly initially since they had pushed the Rainmaker right away, and they are able to play off of that. Once again, Taro being the member who grabs the Rainmaker. We saw that Killer Whale actually come out from Synapse, and they had set up the potential for another push, but look at this defense coming out, and half they're guarding that jump in from Keen, now half being that objective player that we've seen for Chicago, grabbing the Rainmaker, pushing it to this first checkpoint. And I love that Nick was crabbing right on the checkpoint, so that way it enabled half to just safely push up and get the first checkpoint.
Yeah, what a smart place to set up, and half showing that they're not a one-trick pony, able to do it all, not just carry the objective, getting essentially a delayed triple, I believe, before taking that Rainmaker all the way to the pedestal, so they won't have to worry about it. But as you can see, the score being just by 1 point, SSTK holding onto the lead because they were able to dunk on their pedestal first. So with 1:45, they get 2 picks and immediately start to push forward. Taro, yes, yet again on that crab. SSTK with Sleepy moving forward and gets a bigger lead. They get the Squid Surge surge over to get all the way up to 31, and they may not be done yet. They have a couple of members around, but with the pop of the Rainmaker going to Chicago, that's going to severely take away some of their map control advantage. However, they do find the Booyah Bomb. They find the pick onto Chicago. Sign still living and may have a killer whale if they can survive this one. Unfortunately for them, having to back out. They will take the fight against Half, but it becomes a 1v2. They can't win, and now the momentum shifting back yet again to Chicago.
Chicago, they're having to grab that Rainmaker since SSTK seemed like they were consistently hovering around that Rainmaker area and could have potentially snuck up and grabbed it once again. Now, unfortunately for Chicago, the Rainmaker going down in this tricky, left corridor area, and it looks like they are able to try pop the Rainmaker, and we see this Zuka come out from Chicago. Link there grabbing the Rainmaker once again and just trying to get in a position to even get into mid to potentially push the Rainmaker, but just seeing this aggression from these members of SSTK pushing forward, and with only 20 seconds remaining of this match, we're going to have to see how Chicago plays this, since it seems like they're having to play a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, good question. Do they play for multiple pushes, or do they try to make this one the only one that they need? 10 seconds left to go. Nick getting some map control and very close to a crab, so they don't want to go down now. Checking for a flank, and they are going to need another push as they lose Link, their Rainmaker carrier, who will have to jump in. And now we have overtime. Nick able to get the pick just before going out of their own crab. Taro the one to go down. Nick holding it down with the burst bombs and trying to find any semblance of map control here, but the fizzy bomb making it difficult into combination with those burst bombs. They have the Booyah Bomb at the ready for SSTK, and here it comes. Will it take out the Rainmaker carrier? Chicago has just enough room to survive, but that countdown timer is ticking. Here comes the map control advantage. Sleepy with the crab. It gets melted down. Keen on the right-hand side. Will they be able to carry it? Under 30 seconds left to go on the timer. Chicago being incredibly patient. Will they be able to move forward? It's going to be the Booyah Bomb coming out. Will it be enough in terms of map control? Will they have enough? 3v3 situation. They just have a few more seconds. 15 left to go, and here comes the push. Will they be able to get there? No, not quite. Getting all the way up to 29, and it's just not enough despite all the patience in the world. So with that, SSTK is your grand finals winner and will force a bracket reset.
Oh my goodness, I don't know about everyone else watching this stream, but I was on the edge of my seat there. Both teams were playing that so well in terms of what could happen there. Chicago, of course, playing really patiently, waiting for their own specials, avoiding all the bombs that were being consistently thrown at them, trying to play it patiently and get in a position to even push forward to push the Rainmaker to get the lead. And then on the other side, SSTK, they knew, okay, let's just sit back and just consistently throw out bombs, throw out the fizzy bombs, throw out those burst bombs, and just get our crabs ready to play defensively here, because they knew that, okay, we have the lead and we just need to play this carefully. That's exactly what they did. They didn't have any huge wipes on their side and played the defense really well. So good job on them to play that so well. And I mean, both teams played that really well, but SSTK here causing the bracket reset. And once again, we'll be going into another Game 5 set.
Man, to your point, Rissa, I have to give credit to both teams on the patience they exhibited in that overtime. Obviously, for Chicago, the player and the team, the Rainmaker carrier needs to hold out and wait for the exact right opportunity. I mentioned that they were getting down past 15 seconds and they needed to get a very far distance. I believe they got within single digits of taking the lead, but with SSTK showing the sub spam with both the burst and fizzy bombs, and with that simultaneously charging up those specials that you were mentioning, it became that much more easy for them to kind of sit back, not even really use their main weapon that much, and wait for the push that it needed to happen for Chicago to happen. They tried to go in tandem with the Booyah Bomb for Chicago, but I think that's just about the best you can do given the time constraints. SSTK using their own specials like the crab to hold down as much map control as they could until that push needed to happen, and they get the pick, and as a result, force the bracket reset. And we see here we will finally, after those last 3 games, take a break from Scorch Gorge. Not to guarantee that we won't see it again in this set, but for now, we'll be going to Mako Mart for Splat Zones.
This is so interesting, the progression of seeing these two teams play against each other. If you watching have not looked at the bracket yet or previously heard us mention, but Chicago was actually able to send SSTK down to the loser side bracket initially with a score to 3-1, and now it's completely swapped. SSTK now took Chicago 3-1. So we are taking a deep breath here. Both teams are headed into a fresh set, into a Game 5, onto the Splat Zones Mako Mart game. And looking at the comps, I don't see any switch-ups. It looks like these two teams are locked in. They know what they want to play, and they know what works well for them.
Yeah, if you've been with us since the grand finals started, you'll know that these teams aren't too fond of change and are pretty happy with their compositions as well as the map when they can get Scorch Gorge at least. Chicago launching in a Booyah Bomb as they try and take over the zone from SSTK, who claims it first. Taro and Nick in the eternal dance of the crab tanks. It will be both of them eventually falling to other causes as Link will try and help as well. Chicago with the crab tank from a half, capping the zone finally and giving the penalty of 34 over to SSTK. But you can see just how chaotic that first fight in mid was, with both teams barely focusing on the rest of the map.
Now that SSTK is coming back into the zone to try and cap it for themselves, we saw that killer whale come out from Synapse. We see both of the crabs that had come out to help create the space for SSTK to push forward. Now they are doing everything they can to get in positions to paint the zone. Just like that, they have capped the zone and are giving those 27 penalty points over to Chicago. Look at this synergy too. I love that Synapse, Keen, and that other member, I didn't see who that was from SSTK, just making sure they got that last remaining member of Chicago down, and now are just counting through their penalty points and working to get their lead even larger here.
Yeah, Sign using their superior range at least a little bit to try and take down the crab and avoid the Booyah Bomb as well. Now dueling 1v1 against Chicago, who's on that ever deadly Trizuka. They just barely missed that shot. They get the first tick and the second onto Nick, who got them first with the burst bomb, but they were not able to secure the splat. So things look great for SSTK, holding down the zone. Nobody even close for Chicago to coming in. Nick and Half are going to have to book it as we get into single digits here. No specials at the ready either. So this is an emphatic start to game 1 in bracket reset for SSTK, who secured the grand finals win and is looking to carry that momentum into our bracket reset.
I definitely think momentum is a really good word here. It seems like SSTK is just playing off of the momentum that we got to see from that previous set in grand finals and playing really well with each other. I don't know if, maybe they cracked the code against Chicago. They figured out what they need to do in order to play against this team specifically, or maybe SSTK themselves has just figured out how to play together in this pickup setting and what they need to do to bounce off of each other. But either way, it's working out really well for them as they are taking this first game in this bracket reset, and now it is going to be Chicago who is going to be picking the first counter pick of the bracket reset.
Yeah, if you keep in mind grand finals, that's 3 games won in a row for SSTK over Chicago. So Chicago, we've mentioned multiple times that both of these teams, Chicago included, have been very comfortable with what they've been running. And we saw even earlier in a previous set, I think it was Sonder versus SSTK, that there is certainly an argument to be made for sticking to what you know best in terms of your composition. But the way Chicago was able to get their game 2 win in grand finals was by making a counterpick that they felt confident in, and it was their strongest showing yet. So they are going to have to need something similar in order to make the similar effect happen in this game 2. Now, it looks like for the mode, we are going to be going over to tower control. So for the available maps in the pool, we have Sturgeon Shipyard, Eeltail Alley, Hagglefish Market, and Inkblot Art Academy. So at least for the moment, we're going to be departing away from our Scorch Gorges and our Mako Marts, it looks like, but we could still see something interesting take place here, but it's all based on, of course, what maps end up getting banned by SSTK.
Ooh, and here we get to see the map list here on stream. Of course, these are the maps that you can pick for the counter picks, and I'm really interested to see, like you said, what the bans are going to be. I think we saw previously both of these teams have played tower control on Eeltail Alley, and we haven't necessarily got to see them play on Hagglefish, and I'm just so interested what this is going to be. And it looks like this counter pick is taking a little while too, and you can see that Chicago's really thinking about how they want to work to this, and the bans, I believe the bans are coming from SSTK, right, Zach?
Yes, and we do have them in. It is going to be the 2 maps for tower control that we've already seen, or at least I've already seen on stream today, which are Sturgeon and Eeltail Alley, which for Chicago leaves Hagglefish, which is a widely pretty liked and pretty neutral / even map, but a larger map and a pretty well open map. But the other one is what we're going to see on stream here, and that is Inkblot Art Academy. And I think this much more lends itself to a Scorch Gorge style of map, where you have these tight hallways, tight corners, and especially the path that the tower takes, there is a very set line that you have to travel on that does not deviate too far off of itself. So what that essentially means is that the Booyah Bombs we've been seeing, and of course things like the Trizuka coming out from the Squeezer, are going to have a pretty easy time of tracking anybody who's anywhere close to that moving objective.
I didn't even think about that too. Just thinking about, if you think about it, this is kind of like Scorch Gorge in a sense, but just more condensed and a smaller map. So I could totally see why this map was picked, like you said, Zach. We've got to see Chicago, the player, be able to utilize those Zukas really well, so I could definitely see them working to get those and play off of those really nicely, and then use the Booyah Bombs, of course, to stop the tower or even create space. Of course, though, SSTK has been having a Booyah Bomb of their own, so they could be utilizing that here as well, but it seems like, you know, Chicago is thinking, okay, I think we're comfortable with this, I think we have a game plan moving forward with this, and we could potentially do something here in this game too moving forward.
Yeah, arguably the trickiest part could be, you know, the 2 main differences in the compositions. You have Chicago, the player, on that Squeezer, and you have the 52 gal coming out from SSTK, which gets even better, that global special, having that in crisis situations to use to get folks off of the tower. So that, in terms of this counter pick, is going to be the one tricky piece, other than what they've already been dealing with adversity-wise, that they're going to have to navigate as we look at the compositions and yet again see no changes.
Yeah, both of these teams are locked in, and I have a feeling we're going to see that happen throughout the rest of this set. Both of these teams are going to be locked in and very comfortable with the weapons that they're playing. And starting out here, the initial picks are going to be on SSTK, but there is a member down. Looks like that machine player from Chicago does go down. We get to see Chicago, the player here, backing up a little bit and just trying to create some space with that main weapon and the range of this Squeezer, and actually going to use that Zuka to shut down the crab that came out from SSTK. Now with this space that's been created and members of SSTK going down, Chicago here going to start pushing the tower and working to get it through this first checkpoint.
Yeah, not currently in use, but you can see there on the left-hand side that ink rail is one way that you can kind of sneakily get behind the members who are defending against the tower if you want to have that. But for now, they're taking a forward approach, or at least Nick is using the crab on the tower. Chicago trying to keep that ink rail active because they have the ink Zuka at the ready. They get flanked, however, by Taro, and that wasn't what they were expecting, as they go down and the momentum is lost. However, an early lead up to 62 is a small consolation prize. They do, however, despite that, lose a good bit of map control in mid, and now it's SSTK's turn to move that objective.
Taro there riding the tower and is actually going to use the crab to just push back the members of Chicago a little bit more. And Chicago had a crab of their own there on the tree, but it was pushed down paired with Keen and the crab coming out from Taro. The lead here is actually taken by SSTK. Even though they do have 2 members down, they were able to at least get the lead by 1 point, and they are just continuing to hold a lot of space here as we see Taro just holding down this left side of the map. There are 2 members down of Chicago, so I love that SSTK is able to just hold space and now get back on the tower and push the tower once again.
yeah, when a weapon like the Splash becomes popular, you really have to be confident in your pacing, your positioning, and your aim. And unfortunately, though, the positioning wasn't in the best idea there or place for Taro as they go down to the Booyah Bomb in their crab form. Link getting the pick there on to Keen before going down themselves, possibly to Sleepy there, as Sleepy's going to be dueling Nick and ends up winning that battle. So 3 down on the side of Chicago is going to stop that tower from returning all the way back to mid. And a desperation Trizuka's not going to be able to come out fully from Chicago, the player, as Sign is going to pull out the Killer Whale 5.1, not even using it on the objective itself. It's just going to do its job of pushing back the members of Chicago, and SSTK not having to worry about that second checkpoint anymore, Rissa, as you mentioned, that being so important in the later stages of these games.
Link here actually dropped down into mid to try and flank the tower, but you could see that the members of SSTK know that Link is there, and they're just kind of ignoring the flank a little bit, just pushing the tower as much as they possibly can, and they were able to call out the flank and push the tower a little bit more, and now there's a complete wipeout onto SSTK, but I love that they really, committed to getting the lead as far as they possibly could. Getting that lead all the way down to 15, that is huge, and now with 1 minute and 30 seconds left of this, we're going to have to see if Chicago can do something to get more points on the board than that 62 that they have already.
Exactly. What are the core tenets that we've talked about pretty much this entire tournament, Rissa? The tenacity and the strength and patience in the face of adversity, and that's exactly what SSTK continues to exhibit here. However, Chicago has come rifling back. They've gained map control in mid, and they've got the crab on the tower. Half is going to use that to take 3 out of 10 seconds away from the checkpoint, but they'll fall, and they lose both of their Splash-O-Matics as well as their sloshing machine. So they may have 1 or 2 good fights left in them in terms of needing to build up those specials, but they also lose Chicago with that squeezer. So that's going to be a late pick that they'll have to navigate. Not only that, but SSTK has reclaimed map control in mid, and they have a crab and a Booyah Bomb, as well as that Killer Whale at their disposal. They're using at least 2 of those right away with the hopes of being able to generate another one should overtime come out. But with a 3v3 happening and with Chicago claiming control of mid, this may be the last push that they get, and they're going to have to make it count.
They are going to have to make it count, and you can see they're pushing up and trying to create as much space as they can, as we see Nick on this crab just poking at the bats area, and it looks like they are doing a really good job at creating space as Link there is in SSTK's bats, and they are continuing to have half ride the tower and count down points on the board. There's a trade happening from both sides. 2 members down on the side of SSTK. And I thought, potentially the lead could have been swapped there, but just at the last possible second, SSTK able to wrap around and drop onto the tower and make sure that they secured that and stop the push and take game 2.
Yeah, with no Kraken Royale to be found and only a vulnerable crab sitting on the tower, they were vulnerable, I guess, to the Booyah Bomb coming their way, which landed on the tower just in time for another member of SSTK to climb atop it as soon as the members of Chicago were either vaporized or scrambled away from the objective by force from that great placement. And because of that, Chicago, with their best push of the game, unfortunately can't get it quite far enough with the momentum SSTK had built up earlier in the match, and SSTK now is 1 game victory away from taking the overall victory in Proving Grounds 8 through a bracket reset. It will take 3 straight game victories for Chicago to come back and clutch this one out, and it all starts with what will be, no matter what, their final counter pick of the day.
Looking at this, what is going to be the thing that Chicago thinks is going to be the counter pick that they are comfortable with, that they can play against SSTK in particular? It looks like the mode has come in right away. We are going to be headed back to Rainmaker, and that seems like for Chicago in the previous set, they seemed like they were pretty comfortable with Rainmaker, so that definitely makes sense. And looking at this map list here on stream, the Rainmaker maps that can be chosen from are Manta Maria, Museum, Scorch Gorge, which we're very comfortable with already, and Undertow. So we'll have to see what the bans are moving forward and see what map will be picked from there.
So taking a look at our information, Rainmaker is where we will go mode-wise, and that does, of course, bring back into play the ever-present Scorch Gorge, which we've seen countless times now. Chicago, of course, favoring this particular map and mode in this tournament, so I would not be surprised if SSTK opted to ban it. However, they've said, we will let you have your fun if you are so wanting to have it, and have instead, yet again, banned Museum and Undertow, which, once again, leaves us with Scorch Gorge and Manta Maria. And Chicago has said, this is our last opportunity. We have not had it work out on Scorch Gorge these last couple of times out. Let's try the map new to Splatoon 3 anyway, Manta Maria, and see if that tickles our fancy a little bit better.
I really like, them picking Manta Maria because in the previous set that we got to see, even though Chicago won Rainmaker Scorch Gorge on the first time around, SSTK won it the second time around. It was picked, and it seemed like SSTK was able to that famous word that we keep saying, adapt to that map and mode. So thinking about this, okay, if you are Chicago, you're not going to want to pick the map and mode that the other team has adapted to already. Let's pick a map and mode that we haven't seen them play on yet. We don't know how they're going to play, even though, we might not necessarily know how we're going to play. So we might be able to get the upper hand in this.
Yeah, whereas Scorch Gorge feels square or rectangular, this is much more linear or even ovular in shape, of course, which plays itself in a much different style compared to what we were seeing on Scorch Gorge. Of course, the playbook for that map was pretty consistent. You wait for some picks, you're able to go to the right-hand side and dunk on that pedestal, and then you have a crab tank where you wait for an opening with your team to get some ink and try and push forward and extend your lead bit by bit. Manta Maria, let's see what they do, because there's a jump on the right-hand side, a leap of faith, if you will, but there is a much more tried and true ramp up the left-hand side that they can use. But either way, Chicago with their backs up against the wall, and they have they've altered their composition a little bit to include this time a 52 of their own, as well as a slosher.
Oh, I love this. They know, okay, this is the last moment that we can possibly switch something up and do something a little bit different against this team that seems to be really have adapted to us and figured out how we play. So switching up their comp, maybe something can happen with this, and both teams in mid here painting around, seeing who can get that mid control and get the Rainmaker. And it looks like right away SSTK able to get the picks that they needed. Keen here recognizing that and pushing up to try and dunk the Rainmaker to the first checkpoint, but Chicago, the player there, able to stop that at the nick of time, and SSTK not quite able to dunk it through that first checkpoint.
Yeah, Chicago showing their adeptness and proving they're deserving of that 5-star banner for the squeezer itself, but it's not going to be enough to stop a second push from SSTK to get onto that pedestal, as Half pops the crab and tries to get some picks of the members who are coming back. Spots one member, it being Sleepy, over on the left-hand side, and can't do anything about it as their crab expires, but that does give Chicago some time here to start a push of their own. Getting bullied into a corner is that player, and that crab says nobody puts baby into a corner. They'll back them up there instead, and they will end up getting the pick as Link is forced all the way over to the right-hand side here, looking to maybe try for that leap of faith I was discussing onto that right-hand side pedestal. They're being beset upon by that crab tank, who's in a perfect high ground position, that being Taro. That'll shut down that push at 87.
Taro there was able to hold down SSTK's bunker really nicely and create some jump-ins for their teammates, so that way SSTK can get set up defensively here. But with two members going down on SSTK, Link is going to take that leap of faith and get this first checkpoint on the right side instead of utilizing that left side checkpoint. And with three members down on the side of SSTK, Link here just has to pop the Rainmaker, grab it, and just like that, they are able to get the lead for Chicago. And not only Link is getting the lead, but completely dunking that Rainmaker and KOing this, taking the game.
And there it is, the fight, the adaptability, the leap of faith, both in making it over that jump, and also in being willing to change your composition and deviate from what you've established as the norm. The norm being not only with Chicago's composition, but with their comfortability with Scorch Gorge over Manta Maria. But they take that proverbial leap of faith and end up taking the game as a result, with their picks of the Slosher and the 52 gal of their own working out in their favor. But it remains an uphill battle from here, as now SSTK gets the opportunity to counterpick and shut this one down before it can get going. But despite that, Chicago finally with a bit of momentum on their side.
I love that, moving forward in this bracket reset, Chicago, they were the team this time to take a deep breath, step back, and regroup and figure out what they need to do differently. Having 2 members of their team switch up their comp, I don't know if necessarily it was the comp or maybe this map and mode combination, but either way, great play from Chicago there, and just completely KOing that Rainmaker. They are still in this grand finals bracket reset, and looking at the counter pick moving forward, Zones was the mode picked here. And looking at the maps on stream here, there is Hagglefish, Inkblot Art Academy, Mako Mart, and Umami that can be picked from for this counter pick.
We've seen Umami ruin spot zones in Game 1 of Grand Finals. Didn't work out the best, if I recall correctly, in Chicago's favor, so I wouldn't be surprised if that one gets banned, and it does. It'll be Umami and Mako banned, and it will be Hagglefish Zones, the winner of the proverbial lottery, being chosen by SSTK, as Chicago smartly bans a map and mode that they lose on, as I mentioned, in Game 1 of those grand finals. But now they will need to carry that momentum forward. We saw them lose to SSTK on Mako Mart with this mode, so they have to be feeling some confidence either in the comp that they have just unlocked in Game 3, or feeling more confident just in making those adjustments to their composition to tailor more so to the map and mode itself. Will they be able to come out of it, or will SSTK find the right synergy to shut this one down and win the tournament?
Looking at the comps here too, Chicago actually going to be sticking with that weapon switch up that they did do in Game 3. That worked out really well for them. It looks like, maybe this is the key in terms of the weapons, the specials that will be against SSTK. Maybe they needed that gal. Maybe they needed that killer whale. Maybe they needed that tri-strike from the Slosher to be up against SSTK. But looking at this game, initially, right away, SSTK here is going to be the team that takes the zone right away and gets points on the board.
Yeah, I have a feeling Chicago needed their gal in the opening engagements, but that was the first player to fall. So because of that, the early pick forces them back, and SSTK able to get things going early on. Now Chicago making it work for themselves here as they get a crab on top of the zone. You can see Link on the left-hand side of your screen flanking around with that Slosher, and not just that, but half winning the Krabby Crab duel against Tato. So with that, they will likely reclaim the lead here past 75, and they're already well on their way to using more specials, including at least one throw of that triple ink strike, but Link going down earlier than expected.
Even though one member of each side has gone down, now there's going to be 2-3 members down on the side of Chicago. The zone is continuing to count down points for Chicago. And I didn't see what happened there, but 2 members of SSTK went down as they were working to cap the zone. And you can see it's looking really hectic right now. Both teams are really having to make sure they watch the flanks, use their specials to cap the zone, and they're just really just poking at each other because neither team can push up further past the zone right now. They're just having to use these specials to poke at each other and create space for themselves.
Yeah, much more back and forth, which I think in essence has to favor Chicago from the more dominant play style from SSTK they were facing before last game. And now SSTK getting rid of their entire penalty, so they'll start to take away at the objective. It's going to be the triple ink strike coming out, but not able to even really contest the zone on behalf of Chicago. So SSTK continues their mobility. Link trying to find the pick onto Sleepy. They'll have some support in the form of Chicago. Keen putting the Booyah Bomb on top of the objective and a little in front of it as well, just to make sure there's nothing else happening, but they lose control. And I think the tandem of Half and Link is going to make it work for them and give a penalty of 33 to SSTK.
SSTK, you know, they are just working to consistently chip away at their points. They're having to get through the penalty points and then get a few points on their remaining score. And just like that, you know, they're able to get members down and then push up and then get these points down for themselves, but they are not quite to the lead just yet. Able to get their score down to 48. Taro, they're actually able to pull off a really nice right-hand flank and completely shut down Half's Crab. And now there is a 1v1 on the board. It's Nick versus Taro here as they are just working to get the upper hand, and Nick is going to win that 1v1, create jump-ins for their teammates, and look at this. They are creating space off of that jump-in right away. I love the space created here. The specials coming out, and they are just counting down points right now past their penalty.
Yeah, that was such a smart play. I believe that was by Taro, who sat on that right-hand side waiting and knowing that the crab was going to be popped soon enough and ends up getting the splat because of it. But now the penalty is entirely through with for Chicago, and just that quickly given back to them despite gaining 5 points or advancing 5 on their score. We see the Trizuka coming out as well from Chicago. It looks like a couple members will fall because of it. A 3-down situation that may not last for long, as Sign, the only remaining member, has to contend with many members of Chicago and just has a splash ball as their company. But here come the reinforcements. Despite that, Chicago taking control of the zone of the Slosher, able to get the triple ink strike out. So with a minute left to go, Chicago really showing the resilience and showing that they want to force a game 5.
Chicago here just has no penalty points, and they are continuing to count down points for themselves. They do have a member go down, but it seems like they've just been able to consistently hold space even if they do have a member down. SSTK, though, gonna be capping the zone and giving 36 penalty points over to Chicago. This killer whale battle happening here, and both teams just throwing everything they can at the zone to get the zone for themselves. There are 2 members down of SSTK. It's just Synapse and Sleepy left up trying to defend and create space for themselves, as they know they're going into the last 20 seconds of this match. But look at this. Link and Nick are just ganging up here on Sleepy on the left side of the map and then coming back to the zone to make sure that they cap it once again for themselves.
Yeah, it was essentially a 2v2 there with 20 seconds left to go, but now everybody's back, and Taro's going to have to back off to avoid that, but they get splatted as they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's just not enough for SSTK, who loses a couple of key specials and members in the waning seconds of time here. So Chicago winning game 4, their second game in a row here, to force a game 5 out of 5 in our bracket reset.
Well, this is, I mean, when you think about the mental of this too, you know, you're going into a bracket reset, which you had, you know, if you're Chicago, you just lost against SSTK, and then SSTK takes the first 2 games. You gotta have to really have the mental to just sit back and think, okay, we can still do this. We have to win the next 3 games completely, but we can definitely still do this. And that's exactly what Chicago's doing. Going all the way to a game 5 for the bracket reset. These 2 teams are really showing us that they are giving it everything they got.
Yeah, in the span of just a couple hours, this will be the 13th game that these teams are playing against each other. 4 from winners round 1, 4 from grand finals, and already 4 have transpired here in our bracket reset heading into a guaranteed game 5. We see the map list, the pool on the screen right now, 4 per mode. We've already seen things like splat zones come out. What will we see for SSTK in their final counter pick before Chicago has the opportunity to ban half of the available maps? I am not sure what I would pick. I think they had a great start on Umami in their grand finals performance in game 1 there, and of course a similar strong performance on splat zones in game 1 of bracket reset. So that may be something you can go to. I'm not sure if you can counterpick into the same mode again. If you can't, that is a big disadvantage for them, and maybe something Chicago had in mind when counterpicking last. We'll have to see.
looks like moving forward, the counter pick did take a little bit there, but moving forward, zones has been picked by SSTK, so we will be moving forward into a zones counter pick. Of course, we do have to wait for Chicago to pick the bans, and the bans actually came in right away on our end. We can see that it was Macomart and Umami Ruins, so that leaves us with Hagglefish and I believe, what was the other one, Zach?
Inkblot Art Academy is our other one, I believe. So it's either you take a chance on a map and mode you literally just lost on, or you say, we'll take the only remaining option with the knowledge that we won on this map on a different mode earlier in this set. And indeed, they will be going to Inkblot Art Academy. So they have decided to take solace in their last victory in this set, and we'll go back there to run it back on a different mode, our third instance of Splat Zones in 5 games.
I think that was a really, really smart pick from Chicago to pick that. And then moving forward, I mean, this is, I've highlighted it previously, but you know, this is a Splatoon 2 map that teams are familiar with. They know how to play it and they're comfortable with it compared to newer maps in this game that are not as familiar. So I could definitely see this being why this was the pick. And then moving forward in game 5, I mean, I'm so interested if Chicago is going to stick with the weapon switch ups that they have been playing. I have a feeling they will because they have been working out really well for them, but man, it's going to be really exciting as we head into a game 5.
Let's take a look at it. This will be the final game of Proving Grounds 8, Game 5 of our bracket reset between Chicago and SSTK. And taking a look at the compositions, unsurprisingly, these teams have found their comps of choice. It took Chicago a little bit longer, but for several games in a row now, they've stuck with Link on this Slosher and Nick on this 52. And Sign, speaking of 52, wasting no time in getting on top of that platform and taking out the Splash-O-Matic.
I love that Synapse there instantly pushed into that mid area and just created a lot of space right away for their team. Now with all the members of Chicago regrouping in their spawn, having to come back and get their specials ready. You can see on the other hand, SSTK has the mid control that they need, and Keen is holding this Booyah Bomb, just waiting and staring down the members of Chicago, able to throw that Booyah Bomb and get 2 members down of Chicago. Love the group up here on the right side of the map to get that 3rd member down of Chicago, and now with no penalty points, SSTK is just counting down the points right now.
Yeah, Marissa, as we discussed, patience is a virtue, and it has been all said, and it really pays off. I didn't even have an idea you could hold Booyah Bomb for that long, but now Chicago having to throw everything towards the zone. The triple ink strike not enough, and I think they used their Trizuka there as well. 15 points remaining, and Taro has a crab on top of it. They lose 2 members for Chicago. It's just the Slosher left. Do they have anything? No, they don't. And in a 100-0 knockout, staving off the clause of a bracket reset here, or of a reverse sweep, SSTK able to hold out and win Proving Grounds 8.
What, I mean, in this last set in particular, both of these teams showed so much adaptability and resilience and able to play off of everything thrown at them, but SSTK able to go down into losers by Chicago nonetheless, and then come back into grand finals, win that, cause this bracket reset, and then take this all the way to game 5, win this. This was a crazy set to say the least, and congrats to SSTK for winning this set, winning the tournament. But man, that was quite the bracket reset, quite the 2 sets that we got to watch. They were so close.
Yes, certainly one of the more memorable ends to a Proving Grounds that I can remember. Super interesting having that format of single elimination. You can see on the screen right now, best of 5s going through. SSTK, the #1 overall seed, showing that they deserve it with the tournament victory. But props to Chicago, making it through as the #4 seed and knocking them initially into losers. But SSTK takes the victory over Nightmare in a sweep, and then Sonder in game 3 out of 3 to go to grand finals, force a bracket reset in 4 games, and then to get the Game 5 victory, just barely avoiding a reverse sweep by Games, although that last set, that Game 5 rather, looked super emphatic for them. So major congratulations to SSTK. What a fun series of matches. 13 games in total between these two teams.
Ooh, that was awesome to watch here on stream, and since we got to watch those amazing sets, watch SSTK win the entire tournament, that will actually be it from us. So thank you so much for IPL for holding this Proving Grounds tournament, allowing these teams to play on this wonderful Friday night. Zach, do you have any final words before we raid 9-hole grains?
Just as always, want to say thank you so much to the production staff, Elemental, allowing us to see the action going on, to all the TOs for getting the seating right. Of course, they did a phenomenal job as always, and for everybody watching, major congratulations. As Rissa said, we will be raiding into the 9-hole grains, so do not go anywhere. Definitely check out Rissa, though, of course, in her own right. She did a fantastic job today and has lots more coming down the pipeline, so stay tuned to both her and to IPL Splatoon for Proving Grounds and many other series as well.
For tuning in, we will be sending the stream over to 9-hole grains. Everyone have a good night.